In the coming elections, we have a choice. It is an opportunity to decide our future, especially as young people, and vote candidates that would fund the education system. And now, we have a choice also as young people. We could fold our arms and continue to watch the rotting system, but we can also take positive actions to make a difference. We can be on the front line for literacy campaign by ensuring that no child should be left out of school because his or her parents do not have the money. Young people should not run away from Nigeria to other countries. Well, I am in the United States and I hope I am coming back very soon. The task before all of us gathered here today is to make this country work. The future of this country is in our hands, especially as young people. I am today using this opportunity and this platform to appeal to the governments of my country, the federal government of Nigeria, and all the governments at all levels to ensure full implementation of the Child Rights Act by ensuring that no child is left out of the school. I can assure you that if we develop our education system, Nigeria has the abundant human resources to make this country great. With an improved education system, our young people can compete favorably anywhere in the world. We can meet with all the goals together. You can choose that future for Nigeria as young people. In the words of my beloved bishop, Professor Godfrey Ona, there is always company in misery. Nothing unites human beings like suffering. The present government has united us in suffering, and if you're still thinking about political parties or religion or ethnic group, it will shock you. That was what my bishop said some time ago. At this point, our call for action at Boys Champions is for political participation, especially for young people, to vote character and competence instead of party or tribal affiliations. United in suffering, it is time to send our bad leaders packing. We, as responsible citizens, need to rededicate ourselves to nation building. Those of us who believe that government should be a force for good should work harder than anyone. This is what the election comes down to. This is the choice we all make to raise our voices as young people. While we insist on personal responsibilities, we should also recognize individual initiatives. My fellow young people, you are the change. You are the future, and that future is today. That future is now. This is not a time to withdraw from our agitation for a better Nigeria. This is not a time also to fold our hands and watch our leaders continue to ruin our country and our future. No one puts his hands on the plow and turns back who is worthy of the kingdom. We must not look back at the empty promises of our bad leaders who have left us in the Lord for decades. Make your choice ahead. Together, we will move our country forward. To shape the future of our country and our continent is a task before all of us. We are all invited to join the crusade for a better Nigeria. We must not be silent in any season, but encourage other youths to form a formidable network to change the Nigerian story. And this is why this event is very important. At Boys Champions, we're changing narratives and we're also changing lives. I am so proud of what we have achieved together. As I stand here this morning, I've never been more hopeful about our work at Boys Champions as I am today. I understand that the challenges are many, but our faith remains really strong. I am hopeful because of you all. This is a very important announcement, and I would like to say it before all of us. I am excited about 10 of our young boys who will have an opportunity to go on an exchange program in the United States next year that will be fully funded by the Boys Champions and the AFS Intercultural Program in the U.S. 10 of our young boys who are part of our programs at Boys Champions. And this is the change that we're bringing. This is the intercultural experiences that we want to bring into our country. I am hopeful because we have created a platform that will redirect our youth, increase their productivity, reinvigorate their entrepreneurial spirit. Through our organization, I have seen lots of youth creating opportunity within their communities and not anchoring their hopes on deadly trips through the deserts to Europe. Some Nigerians have distinguished themselves as role models by their integrity, character, sacrifice, and selfless services to the nation. We have also worked hard to identify these people who are leading in different areas of their lives, either in businesses, in leadership, public service, and even in their different communities. And we should all try to reward excellence, especially individual initiatives. So let me quickly congratulate Mr. Peter Obi, who is the winner of our Shaping the Future conference, for keeping the faith in Nigeria and for demonstrating the political will to address the challenges faced by this country. We also have the Helmut Schuster Leadership Award, which is dedicated to Dr. Helmut Schuster, who is the director and the founder of Evocla Energy in the UK. Through him, he has actually committed $10,000 to recognize one young person who is part of our project here in Nigeria. And that is to support an initiative that that young person is actually doing. And to let you know, this is going to run all through the year as much as Dr. Schuster remains alive. So we are very grateful to him. I will say more regarding the award, but please put your hands together for him. So we're very grateful to Dr. Schuster for deciding to give that award to one Nigerian young person. Dr. Schuster was supposed to be here as some other people, but just 3 days ago, their organization insisted that they cannot travel to Nigeria because of the level 4 amber alert that was released by the United States Embassy. So just let us bear with him. If not, he was supposed to award this by himself. So we also have the Joseph Werby Best Teacher Prize for Africa. We have decided to also recognize a teacher who works in a rural community in Nigeria who is making incredible impact in rural communities and in the lives of young people, especially young students. And we are going to also announce that award later on during the day. So for this relentless advocacy for peace and social justice, we also have the Boys Champions Peace Award that will be presented today to Cardinal John Onaiyekan. And I congratulate all the awardees for this well-deserved honor. We thank them for all their contributions to making life beautiful for our dear country and for making great impacts in the lives of all well-meaning Nigerians. Our target at Boys Champions is to reach 50,000 young people in the next 5 years by providing mentorship sessions, skill acquisitions, and reorientation programs that we offer in our organization. The success of this project, no doubt, is dependent on the availability of resources, which we are very grateful to all our partners and those who have supported us greatly. As a non-profit organization, we do not rely so much on support and all that, because we're also working so hard to create an internally generated revenue. And that's why one of my companies, which I started about 4 years ago, has been at the forefront of funding all our activities. I can assure you that we receive little or no support from external bodies, but so everything that we've used to put this together was generated by that small company that I started 4 years ago. And this is also my advice to other young leaders who want to make change. Before you make change, before you begin a non-profit, do not hope on people giving you the funds to run your project. Think of something that is sustainable. Think of something that you have to begin first of all that will power your organizations. Because if you rely on funding coming from individuals, that means you may not be able to carry out your activities if you do not have this funding, and it is not sustainable enough. So it is a structure that we have built as Boys Champions, and we're happy that we're making great impact. The task before all of us is to make the right decision and never to be part of the problem that has befallen Nigeria. And this is why we started Shaping the Future. I urge my fellow Nigerian youth to desist from lawlessness and restiveness. We must tread the path of peace and remain vanguards of peace in our communities. We must be gender sensitive and accord due respect to our women and girls. This is what we teach our young boys and girls. Hand in hand, we must end violence against women and girls. Hand in hand also, we will take the message of ending gender-based violence from neighbors to neighbors and from door to door. As the political activities gear up in Nigeria, we must get involved and work together for the rebirth of our fatherland. The journey may be quite long, but we must be ready to pay the price. Thank you very much, and let's continue to shape the future together. Thank you.
Methinks he deserves another round of applause. You know, when Jesus was walking here, they were saying, is it not the son of the carpenter? And I'm tempted to say, is it not the son of God Yarmona just the other day from my village? And his prowess is alarming. His words are wonderful. And he says it's education that prompted him this far. It's a round of applause for the young man. He has asked us and asked the government to make good use of young people. Because according to him, there are people who are here who could be more potentially gifted than he is. And we must harness all these people. Thank you, Noel. Thank you so much. I came from the same village. Why am I not so blessed and ease? So I should work hard. Honestly, I must work hard to be better. Thank you so much. We are going to progress and make it faster. Let me welcome Roya Montasi. A round of applause for her. He says change will come when each one of us has the courage to question our fundamental beliefs and values. Am I right? Give a round of applause for that. It's nice to see you. You say your identity is superpower. I have tried to see who you are, but I now get the reason why you were included in this Shaping the Future conference. Welcome her with a rousing round of applause, and thank you so much for being here in Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to begin and ask for keynote addresses. May I plead with my Father Bishop that we shall take something before you come on, as it is specified by the order of events. We are going to take something from Dr. Maureen Manning. Dr. Maureen Manning is going to talk to us through audio-visual elements. And they're getting ready. You see, Shaping the Future Conference 2022. Dr. Maureen Manning is a regular on the conference circuit, and she's an international consultant, presenter to keynote occasions, and speaker on all things that will encourage young people to become better. If we are ready up there, may we now take the words of Dr. Maureen Manning. Even if she's not here, can we give a round of applause before she takes over? Thank you so much. Thank you. If they are not ready, then I will plead with my Father Bishop to begin this event. Okay, just suspend it and make sure you get ready immediately after. Let me request my Lord Bishop, Father Bishop, to take. Are you ready? Would you mind, Father Bishop? All right. Let's take from Dr. Maureen Manning. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to allow this opportunity of talking to young people to come down to us through my father Bishop, Professor Godfrey Igobike Ona. Thank you. We don't speak in Latin, don't speak in German.
Longer conscious of my own age. And since they say age is in the mind, it then begins also to reflect in the body. The general you see here retired from the army a number of years ago. But if you see him every morning doing his morning workout, you'll think he's just in his teens. It is this constancy, this presence, this love for young people and their things. That is what I think sustains some of us, even as we continue to age physically. You can't change biology. Anyway, having said that, I'm impressed, very impressed. And that is the risk you also always have when you don't have written texts. The first thing I have to say about this shaping the future is that if you remember, I got into trouble with the federal government and its security apparatus in 2020, in October, because I said that was
I said that the youth and youths of this country have endured too much. And for over 50 years, we have been hearing that the youths are the leader of the future. And the people who said that 50 years are still leading. 50 years ago, are still leading. And they are not ready to go away. And I advised young people, don't wait for us to go away. We won't. You have to find a way of showing us the door without violence. Anybody
who knows me knows
that I am allergic to violence, that I am open to change without violence. And as if to take the word from me, just yesterday I got a clip of some with the background music of Fela's International TT. They showed several leaders of this country whom they tagged permanent Nigerian youths. People have refused to admit their age and get out of the way. I am closely associated with universities in this country. One is in this state as the chairman of the governing council and pro-chancellor of the institute, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Recently, we discovered a professor who got his first school living certificate when he was 1 year old, because he had changed his age of birth to the point that he got his first school living certificate at the age of 1. That is the reality, and that is why many of you are where you are today, because older logs are occupying the space. And incidentally, you will encourage this continuity by your own attitudes. The youths are not leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders of today. This is my own position. I will give an example. In Nigeria, officially they say youth ends at 35. But in Nigeria, we could extend it to 45. Now let us say, if everybody who is 45 and above in this country were to sit at home,
Do nothing for 24 hours, we will feel the impact. But not as much as if everybody who is below 45 in this country were to do nothing
for 24 hours. No telephone calls, no keke drivers, no escort, no Okada, no students, nobody to fetch water for anybody, nobody to clean anybody's shoes or wash anybody's clothes. Look, you are controlling the machine of the movement of this country that is going. That is just what I
want to remind you of. And you have to tell your story while looking, yes, at the elders. Those of them who are still models, and there are a good number of them.
Beginning from you, there is nobody among those of us here, at least now, who got to where he is through connections or parental privilege. My father was a classroom teacher. Cardinal John Onayeka says I'm lucky because his father was a farmer. General Eze's father was a taxi driver. And he did not get into the army by quota system. And very often, young people in Nigeria now fold their hands and wait for somebody to drop possibilities and opportunities on their lives. I sit in my office as bishop, and mothers, fathers come weeping that I should help their children find a job. And I ask, where is your child? And the job you are doing, was your father who found that job for you or your mother? Why would your son be sitting at home watching Manchester United and you are here looking for a job for him? I'm sorry I don't have a job, but if I had, I wouldn't give it to the likes of your son. And often when young people tell you to empower them, they just mean give me money. I'm happy that Noel, you guys are distracting this man who came from America to listen to some of these ideas. I'm happy that the way you structured this conversation, education comes first. Education comes first. Check all the models of transformation you have in the world in recent history. Japan, India, China, Singapore, they were all education-based, education-driven. And that is why dictatorships throughout the world, and especially in Nigeria, don't mind whether they call it democracy or anyone. dictatorships are always afraid of education. And they make sure they don't fund education. Because they know the greatest empowerment young people will get is education. But I'm happy. I'm happy because that
education now is even moving into an area where young people are in control. Information communication and communication technologies. Young people are in control. And this is where much of the information that many of you have now comes. But the question is, what is the content you are putting in there and the content you are consuming in this country? Positive content or negative content? The choice is yours. If it had become possible for COVID to force the world to invest in online university and secondary and primary education, thereby making you use your smartphones and laptops to study from home, it is left to you to decide what you do when you turn on your gadgets at home, where nobody is controlling you. Because this instrument of education is now in your own hands. And Nigerian youth, you must make a choice in this regard. I also think that it must be a value-based and skill acquisition education. It must be an education that trains people in skills and offers values. Not just a system of education that provides theoretical information. We are fond of criticizing past generations. Nigerians and Africans in general will always blame the colonial masters and missionaries for the system of education that we have in our country today. I find that ridiculous. Because the colonial masters and missionaries needed clerks and catechists. And they trained people to do the work that they wanted. We are the ones to identify our needs and tailor our educational system to solve our problems. But you find a system where we are constantly depending on models and solutions provided by our ancestors and applying them to problems we no longer have. I've never seen the people so culturally lazy. I will give you other examples. What we call culture, all the cultural practices, all those masquerades and practices you are clinging on to in the name of our culture, including your system of dress. They were solutions that our forefathers provided for the problems they had. Social, practical solutions. And based on the limited knowledge of the universe and environment that they had. And now our situation has changed. Our problems are new, and we're insisting on applying their solutions to our problems. You don't eat food with cutlery because it is against your culture. Your forefather did not have cutlery, for heaven's sake. You are carrying 2-3 smartphones. And yet you think the only way to solve your technological problem is to consult a DPR in any way. And the art and science of rainmaking and rain control that they devised, our engineers and technologists have been unable to codify that science and art so that we surround it with mystery and it looks like awful. What is more, before contact with Europeans, our people had looms that produced cloth. But those looms produced cloth that was very short and very narrow. So they would tie that piece of cloth around them, and that was all their clothing. Amara akwa n'ukwu, sọọsọ ofu akwa, ọ bụrụ ya bụ na nwaanyị yigo akwa, maka na enwere ọzọ. There was no other. The story is told, Your Eminence, of a missionary who came to church one day and found all the women with their cloths tied around their waist. And he covered his eyes, a white missionary, because the top was open. And the women said, what is his problem? The Catholic said, your chests should be covered. We are sorry. The following week, or the following month, the missionary came back. These women removed the cloth from down and covered top. And the missionary said, this is worse. And the women said, which one does he want? We cover down, we know good. We cover up, we know what. Which one he want? When you want to dress properly for your parties, for interviews, you wear Versace, you wear Dolce & Gabbana, you wear Giorgio Armani, you wear Lancôme, you wear all those expensive designers, but when you want to show your culture as a Nigerian, you go back to one piece of cloth. Something is wrong with us. By the way, if you attend any meeting anywhere in the world, a gathering, my young lady, you're welcome. A gathering of women from all over the world, pull any of them by the hair, it will be natural, except Africans. African women have decided never to wear their natural hairs, beginning from some of these things that look like mount, till the Indian and Brazilian hairs that you spend money to buy. What is wrong with us? I said we are culturally
lazy. Why can't young Nigerian girls design and develop systems of maintaining their hair that will make it admired throughout the world? This is where to begin. That is about education, value-based, skills, position-based. And please know that before formal education was introduced, education was transmission of knowledge from elders to the younger ones. But that was because older people had acquired experience, and there was no other way of acquiring such experience apart from age. Now our people have admitted the person who travels has more to tell than the person who is old. So new experiences and new exposure are empowering you to be sources and agents of education. I'm also happy because from that education, value-based education, you can talk of ethical leadership. Ethical leadership, leadership based on values and morals. Without that type of leadership, no matter how much you change governments, nothing will change. I'm happy also about the issue of equality. But I have a warning, and especially also to Noel, who is living outside our context. When you talk about equality between men, that equality between male and female
should not automatically translate to the present gender ideology that is a political program. Because, prove me wrong if I am, I have not discovered any African language that has the word for gender. But we have words for male and for female. So we have to be talking about equality between male and female, equality in dignity, equality in responsibility, and equal opportunities for all. Be careful when they are being deceived. Those who are giving you lessons about the equality of women are those who discriminate most.
They are women in their own countries, beginning from the United States. It is not long ago since women were allowed to vote in many of these so-called developed countries. And up to now, in some countries I know, a male, European countries I mean, a male and a female would be doing the same job, and the man will be receiving better salary than the female, just because she is a woman. These are things you should contest. And looking at models of womanhood, glorious womanhood that we have all around the country, we have many people to imitate. I would, at this point, just wish you fruitful exchange, and I can't tell you how happy I am to have been a part of this engagement. I thank everybody who made it possible, and I encourage all young people to know that you are not just leaders of tomorrow, you are leaders of today. I will end on this note. I was in Italy recently. And suddenly I started hearing some music. Collect your money. Wake up. Wake up. I said, where am I? I looked around. Before I knew where I was, the salesman in one of the shops was already doing olololo, bogao. I said, is it how far it has gone? But immediately following that, you have, what is that again? I want to flex my love. I want to impress. I want to carry my love away to the place they love.
I want to carry my love away to the place they love. I said, which one be on the same 28-year-old Nigerian ruling the musical world twice in few months. If Kiss Daniel could do it, why can't you? Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Is it Odoru or Bugaro? The bishop is younger than myself, honestly speaking. Please put your hands together for my father bishop. Well, it is not unexpected of him, but today's classical presentation gets deep into our problems and gives solution to it. Am I right? If I'm right, then give him another rousing reaction. Thank you. My Lord Bishop, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The youth are not leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders of today. And we must take that home enough to tell them that we must make a choice. These are words I drew from him, and we must make that choice. Please, a round of applause once again for him. Thank you, my Lord Bishop. We are grateful to you. As he said, we will be moving our way, but not in annoyance, but because he had other programs. After a little discussion with his friend and his cardinal, he may tell us when he would like to leave, so that we can accord him that respect and honor after taking his time from us. Thank you, my Lord Bishop. I will announce that one of our guests is here, or two of them, very important ones at that. Three of them, thank you. I want to say that a man of ethical disposition. I wouldn't like to first introduce him as a political party candidate because he's worth more than that. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce the two-term federal minister in Nigeria, a former director general of Nigerian Economic Summit Group. I'm referring to Mr. Frank Nweke Jr. Thank you. Thank you. Frank, you're welcome. How is the campaign going? Thank you very much. Frank Nweke Jr. is a wonderful character, and I think he has all the potentials to lead any state in Nigeria, and I commend him for that. Thank you. Thank you very much. The other panelists are here, and I would like in time to introduce them, but let me introduce one of the elderly persons who inspires me and inspired me and is still inspiring me. I'm talking about Dr. Godwin Ejike Abonyi, former local government chairman, former chairman of the Delhi local government. Thank you, sir, for coming. Thank you. Thank you. He's a man of a strong character. If I'm doing anything evil and he's around, I'll pretend to be good. Thank you for coming. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time for us to move further forward. We are going to, I have been told that Dr. Maureen Manning is not immediately available, but we are going to the first session, plenary session, and that will be global education and the Nigerian struggle. We are going to keep to this for the 5 minutes, but if you permit me, I will want to first of all welcome the moderator. He's an on-air personality we know all around here, someone who is also very well known for his character and ability to deliver on radio. He's also a crusader on radio against violence, and I know him for that. We just know him as Uche Umar. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up as a moderator of this plenary session.
We know that.
Who may just be feeling insecure and unsure. Young people have what they have to get what
Your parents all be encouraged and
God bless you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Reform our educational system. We have to employ the resources that we have, the skill sets that we have, and make sure that we have right people in the right place. That's another thing you can have. I'm not talking about the current administration. I'm not a politician. But in education, sometimes you also have people leading the segments that they don't have any business being in. They don't even know anything about.
When you say we, who exactly do you mean? And how much can we do without the government?
Well, the government we are part of the government. We get to choose who governs us. If you know that the government that you have right now is not there for your own best interest of your children and the family and the society, we can change that. That's the power of being in a democratic country. So we are all we. Yeah, we need to do more about that. I think we need to demand for the best educational facilities for our children. Go to our universities. It doesn't even look like a place that we educate people. Go to the schools. When I come home, I visit the schools in the villages and all that. I've gone to schools I'm from Enugu, Grute, so I've gone to schools there, and it's so embarrassing even to see where children are sitting in ordinary, piece of wood or plank that is sitting on the floor, and they're supposed to be learning. So all of us are the we, if I'm making any sense.
All right, put your hands together for... Now, let me bring on Mr. Frank Nweke Jr. What will your opening statement sound like in relation to the topic?
First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by paying my respects to Mr. Lumona for putting this together and for just your interest in championing the cause of boys. It's a great initiative. Now, it's always difficult to speak after professors, not being one myself. But I'm going to just piggyback on one particular statement she made. Everything she's described, I agree with. The state of our education sector, the state of our polity, I completely agree. But there's a statement she made. She says, I am not a politician. And this is a common statement that you find within our society. And I want to tell this audience today that there is nothing more important than politics. Absolutely nothing. Including the church. Politics affects everything. Business, politics affects everything. Now, everything she's described as symptoms of poor leadership. And how does public leadership emerge in any society? It is through politics. The political parties. People get elected. They get into office. And so the quality of your education sector depends on the quality of your political leadership. Whether your roads are smooth or not depends on the quality of your political leadership. Whether your health centers work or not depends on the quality of your political leadership. Whether you are safe on the roads, in your homes, in your offices, depends on the quality of political leadership. That is really what it is. Everything you've described is symptomatic. Let us take the state in which we are today, Enugu State. In the last several months, in fact over the past 7 years, we've had incessant strikes by primary school teachers. And what has been at stake? What has been at stake is a demand by these group of teachers to be paid what you call the minimum wage. That minimum wage is 30,000 naira. And it was agreed across the federation about 5 years ago. And some states had been implementing this. Enugu State had been implementing, but not for all categories of workers. And of all the people that the government chose not to implement the minimum wage for, it was primary school teachers. And so the question is this: what does your failure or refusal to implement a policy of minimum wage for primary school teachers, what does that say about the mindset of that political leader or this political leadership? It just shows clearly that you do not understand that education is critical to development. That is what it says. And if I had to choose, for instance, amongst the 3 levels of education, if you absolutely force me or compel me to choose one, what do you think that choice would be, ladies and gentlemen? Primary school is what I will choose. That early childhood education is what I would choose, because that is the foundation for any kind of human capital development in any sensible part of the world, in any sensible state. So it's important, dear ma'am, please do not say that you're not a politician. We all participate in the political process in one way or the other. We all participate in some form of politics, whether it's in your school, whether it's amongst your church society, whether it's amongst your social club, or one thing or the other. Leaderships will emerge through processes that are agreed by a group of people. Now, a very important point that Madam made is this. Very, very important point she made about the issue of early childhood education. And I'm happy that you recognize the role of parents in early childhood education. Before that child enters a classroom, that child has started learning in his or her mother's womb. But like you identified, if this woman and this man, who are parents, do not even have the consciousness about their responsibility to their child, what kind of outcome would you expect? What kind of life do you think that child would have? There's no way that child will have a good life. And so for me, as governor, by God's grace, my greatest partners, my most important partners will be mothers. My most important partners will be fathers as well, but mothers more critically, because mothers are the ones through gestation who already form the first relationship with that child. Mothers through childbirth are the ones who then begin to nurture the first relationship. The child will call mama first. It is the mother that strives at all times to ensure that those children eat. In the last several days, I've spent time in the hinterlands, different parts of Enugu, and I met a child called Madabuchi, a little child. Madabuchi lives in an area of town, a massive slum, where Madabuchi at 3, his sister at 5, another one at 7, they have to cohabit with drug addicts, with some of the most violent human beings that God created. I went to Kanu West now, somewhere in Apu, with different communities. I met Dabarejuku, an orphan. Dabarejuku is starving. I met Chinonso, a young girl. She's starving. What kind of learning can that child have? The schools are not even there. So for me, when you're talking about early childhood, the government has an important role to play. Hungry children cannot learn. And so for me, a school meal program is critical to learning for children. And it is going to be a cardinal program for my administration by God's special grace. There's no way.
Just before I move over to The next person.
Are you done with me? But I'm not done with you now.
Almost.
The other thing that Madam said, which I want to reinforce, is this. Again, teachers and teaching. Teachers and teaching. You know, I received a group of pensioners about, say, 2 months ago. And they came, said, please, sir, we want to talk to you. We'd like to know what you want to do about our pensions when you become governor. And these were elderly people. Elderly people. And I don't want to begin to describe the condition in which I saw these people. But there was a particular man that caught my attention amongst all the people. He was the eldest amongst them. And he was barely managing to walk. And what I'm about to share with you, I have on record. He said, I have told my children that under no circumstance should any of them become a teacher. And he spoke like that because he said, and he went on to say one of his greatest regrets was actually becoming a teacher. He said the humiliation he had suffered, the indignity he suffered. The question is this: if you do not pay the teachers well, if you do not honor them, if you do not show clearly that these are important members of society, you are endangering that profession, you are endangering the children, you are endangering our future. And last but not the least is this: teacher training as well. There's a lot of people, because of the high unemployment, who have taken to teaching not because they love to teach. Teaching is not something that you go into, at least you shouldn't go into it unless you have a passion for it. I love to teach, and that's why from time to time I'm guest lecturer at the Nigerian Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. I'm a senior visiting fellow at the Lagos Business School. I'm also a senior visiting fellow at the School of Politics, Policies and Governance, because I love to teach. It's just a passion. But the teachers that are going to teach our children, let it not be that they strayed into this area. Let it be people who have the passion, and you must find them. And when you have found them, you must give them the right training, not just once, but on an ongoing basis, because no one can give what they do not have. So if we want to have children who are going to be smart and competitive and can compete globally, then we must have teachers who are smart, who can also compete globally. So this will be my initial comments. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together, please. All right. I'll move over to you, Mr. Chikezirim Chimanwoke. Incidentally, you are at the University of Nigeria, so you've tested both sides, and so you can talk about it confidently. So let's start with your opening statement, and then do a bit of comparative analysis of education right here and education abroad.
Okay, thank you very much. I must start by saying that there is very, very little to say left after the two first excellent speakers.
You still find something to say.
But I would say that, or I would start with asking a question. Is education still the key? Many young people would disagree based on their experiences. And many young people in Nigeria especially. And when we are growing up, of course, our parents and the older generation taught us or socialized us to believe that education was the key to success. And of course, it was at their time when someone would finish school and a job was almost sure, right? But today, if education means, the basic education up to the university level, and we believe is the key, I don't think it corresponds with the reality of today. And what I would say is that one of the reasons is that young people's perspectives are not really incorporated into education design and development. Our society is changing in enormous ways. The aspirations of young people are changing too with it. And I'm sure that what you, as a younger person, wanted for your life might be a bit different from what people today want, or what they dream about, or their general aspirations. So I would like to, see an education, system that evolves to meet up with what young people of today want, and their aspirations and their dreams, and also to meet up with the changes we're witnessing today in society. As for the comparative analysis you asked for, Yes, I've studied in 4 or 5 countries, universities, across, continents. And I think I could, say a few things. One of them is that education, for instance, in the UK, where I did my last stint, is so much focused on the students, the way they learn, like it's somehow personalized, the teacher or the lecturer tries to personalize teaching experience to suit the students, while here, because of course, low funds, because of the enormously large number of people we have per class, it's a bit difficult for the teacher to streamline the curriculum or the teaching practice or the teaching itself to suit the students. And it's something I would like to see more happening in Nigeria here. So that's basically what I would like to say as my opening statement, and I hope to engage more. Thank you.
All right. Let me ask you a question you mentioned education, design, and development. What I think that means is that before you even start trying to educate people, you must have a blueprint of the kind of people it should develop. The bishop talked about, the kind of people we developed during their time based on what the colonial masters needed. Okay, I would like you to talk more about education, design, and development.
Okay, I would like to start with the story. So, in my degree in Germany, we had people from around 30 countries in my cohort, and it wasn't, of course, planned. But when it happened, it was new, it was novel for the university, and so they sat us down and they asked us individually what we expected to get from this program. And then they made it international. They made it, suit us as internationals or as foreigners or as people from different countries. So that's what I would like to see, where the students are consulted more and visibly too in curriculum design, and where the design of education or educational curriculum is based on evidence, based on current research. Of course, people are doing great work and great research in education. People like Professor Nkechi here, and I've never seen, or I don't know, but I don't think you've ever been consulted, to help the government or the school system or the education board design learning methods or something. So they need to engage more globally. Our people are studying, and some of their data is gotten from Nigeria here as well. And so they could actually use the research that we are doing, we as researchers are doing, to develop the curriculum or the education system more.
All right, let me quickly, because of our time, and by the way, we'll be taking questions any moment from now. And then when you ask your question, you can also direct it to a particular member of a panel. Professor Nkechi, you teach teachers. Incidentally, the problem we have is that the biggest players, or who should be the biggest players, and that's government, is also the biggest problem. So how do we circumvent? Is there any way to circumvent government or to get them to do what needs to be done to catalyze education really in Nigeria?
Sure. I wanted to maybe touch a little bit with what my brother was talking about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I still stand my ground. I'm not a politician. Politics to me is, going into politics is like somebody going into medicine or going into law, going into education. We all choose our path to make impact. Just because I'm not a politician by profession doesn't mean that I'm not making an impact. So my impact is more, how do I rally parents? I do a lot of parent education. I like to empower parents because they are left in the decision making of their children. And our parents don't even know that they are the change agent. If we mobilize ourselves, yesterday during the professional development, I was saying, if we mobilize ourselves, parents, grandparents, and demand the change, it will happen. If you're not doing what you're supposed to do in your post as a politician, we will vote you out. We put you in there, we can take you out, right? So that's what I meant in terms of that. So I want to stand my ground on that, because as an educationist, God is using me as that vessel to do my own work. And he's a politician by profession, or he chose to go into, he's also an educationist, but he chose to add that layer. So we are all being called to do our work. And I think once you honor your purpose on this earth, then God will use you as his instrument to do the work. So in terms of getting the government involved and all that, again, it depends on the people. What do we want? I'm from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and when you go to Grand Rapids, Michigan, different communities are getting different types of education because of the involvement in there. They are demanding more, they know what they want to do and all those kind of things. And funding for education in U.S. is a little different too. It's also based on property taxes and all that. And the fight we are fighting in Grand Rapids, Michigan, or throughout the U.S. is that the funding also needs to be equitable to make sure that the community that don't have a whole lot coming from their property tax, that the government can supplement that. In Nigeria, it's a little different, right? So we are expecting the government to do a whole lot, but we have to hold our government accountable. We have to hold them accountable by starting looking at the people that we are electing to go, having some kind of conversation. The other work that I do in U.S. is I help raise funds and establish schools in vulnerable communities so that these children can have a quality beginning. Early learning opportunities is critical, needed in any community that you go. And that's the way to set it. You can tell of a society by how they treat their young children. And Nigeria will get an F. I don't even know how we're going to look our maker in the eye by the way we treat our children. Our politicians, our leaders and all that flying their children overseas to get education, and they know that the education they're leaving behind is not even good for their own kids. So why don't we start with that? So getting the government, again, we have to make sure that we're electing the ones that is going to do the work. Parents need to rise, mothers need to rise, we need to advocate. This is not the time where we have to stay behind and just watch for other people to dictate what is going to happen to our own children, to our community. So we need to rise. So getting everybody together. My brother Chike was talking about the whole co-design. It's very, very important. I don't even know how we design elementary school without involving the parents. You have to involve the parents. What are the values that we want our children to get at? How can parents be a part of the educational system? So it's so many things that we need to do, and I don't know if we can do justice with it and all that. But educational reform takes so many steps. And the one prescription, if I'm allowed to say that in Nigeria, is that we have to totally reform our educational system, from early childhood education, looking at the pipeline, to the hands-on. And when I talk about early childhood education, I'm talking about children from birth to 8 years of age. That's the standard of early childhood education. So if the kids are not ready by age 5, we have to do something to make sure they're ready to get into K-12 education, or in this case, elementary school, and then GS, primary, and then the SGS, and then SS, and all the different layers, the different hands-off need to be strengthened. Again, the pedagogy, how we teach our teachers. Who is teaching our teachers? How are we holding them responsible and accountable to everything? How are we connecting the dot, making sure that when a child leaves any part of the school, that they are whole? I'm talking about holistic approach to education. I don't really want to associate with people who cognitively are very high, but emotionally they're not. They blow up on you, they get agitated, they get upset. You can't have an argument with them because we're not paying attention to the whole child to make sure that this is a child. So you want to design education. Let's take a typical child. What do we want this child to be when they finish elementary school, when they finish secondary school, when they finish university and all? And there are different types of education. Not all children are supposed to go to the university.
All right.
Seriously, there are something called vocational education, technical education. We need people to repair cars. We need people to do this. We need to do. So everybody's path is not a university. There are some people that will go to technical school. And, we have all kinds of schools. So when we talk about school, we're really using the global word to describe education. So what are you destined for? How can we make sure that children know what they are? My friend here is talking about going for what you are very passionate about.
All right. Put your hands together for Prof. Okay. Just before I start taking your questions, I would like Mr. Frank Nweke Jr. There's a story you will normally tell to young people.
What's
I don't know. If you can say it as fast as you can, how you went back to the school where you went to.
Oh.
So if you don't mind, just do that.
Okay,
and then
you heard
we
me
can
say that before.
Yes.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well, excellent remarks, ma'am. Thank you so much. Excellent. Okay, so this, I think what Uche is referring to is something I shared some time ago. So I went to a high school called Federal Government College in Maiduguri, and I was there. I left that school in 1982, and I didn't return to that school until about 22 years after. It was a very good school, a public school, and it was one of the schools called the Unity. It's one of the a set of schools called the Unity Colleges that were established post-Nigerian Civil War to really bring children from diverse backgrounds, diverse tribes and religious disposition, to really raise them together, and is a way of promoting national unity and cohesion. So I went to Federal Government College Maiduguri, and so I returned there in 2004, 22 years after I first left. And on that occasion, the principal had invited me because they had serious problem with erosion. The hostels were falling into gullies and other things. And I went there, and I almost had a heart attack. I could not believe it was the same school that I left just 22 years earlier. The hostels were in the worst possible conditions that you could think about. The children have started raping. The boys have started raping. The boys have started forming cult gangs. They have started selling their beds. Door frames, window frames were being sold in the same school by children of similar age as when I was there. And this really, really broke me. Just really, really devastated me. Okay? And that is the story that he's talking about. And so it still speaks to the issue of the attention we pay to our values and the role that parents have to play. It's not just the schools that form or shape the values and ethical disposition of children. The parents are they have higher responsibility, to my mind, to really help to shape.
What's the difference between when you went to school there and what it is right now? What changed?
Well, what changed is just the set of values and then the role of parents. And I want to say, maybe just share a little bit about myself. So I eventually ended up as a federal minister in the federal cabinet, the highest decision-making body in the country. But even in that role, I had a father who would still write me letters, who would still remind me of who I am, the training he gave me, and what he expects of me. He will constantly remind me, I don't want to hear your name associated with any kind of malfeasance. I don't want to hear your name associated with any kind of graft. I cannot, because I will call a press conference and disown you. And my father, who passed in 2012, I know him. If any such thing had happened, my father would have called a press conference to say, I do not know this fellow. So for me, parents must be parents. Parents must do what parents are supposed to do, which is to nurture, which is to teach, which is to encourage, to monitor. And so at my age at that time, my father was still writing me letters, reminding me constantly. So our society has not always been the way it is today. it's not always been focused on just money. It's not always been focused on just what you are, what car you ride, what clothes you wear. It's not always been focused on these things. So there's been a progressive degeneration of our value system. And I believe that I believe that we must return to what I call first principles. This first principles is that family nurture. The values that you impart to these children when they are with you, before they even begin to go out. And the accountability to which you hold them, even when, I remember even growing up in primary school, when I have come back with the wrong shoes, my mother will follow me to school the next morning to say, no, please, this is not his own shoe. Who took his own shoe? Take your shoe back and give us our own shoe. She was the one that, no, this ruler you went with, this is not your own. Your name is on your own, please. All those things, they were that attentive to what was going on. Today, the difference is that you have fathers or mothers who will say to you, how did your mate make it? These are the kinds of things you hear parents saying to you.
All right,
so we must go back to first principles. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Because of time, we need to start taking questions. But I already have one here. Maybe you take the mic to the people. The first question goes to Professor Nkechi, and it says, what is your take on special education of children with learning and physical disabilities?
What is my take on it? Well, first of all, I don't call them special education children. I call them children with special rights. The reason why I call them children with special rights is that those children, some of the children that we call special education, have certain rights that you and I don't even have, right? They have certain abilities that we don't have. But yes, we must recognize that within education, we have a continuum. We have children on this side who needs extra help. So you may call them, they have low cognitive ability, or physical and otherwise healthy children. You also have the majority of us so-called normal children who are in the middle. And then you have children on this end of the continuum who are gifted and talented in certain area. Know that also that knowledge is domain specific. There are children that are very smart, but they are also the kind that we think, okay, they lack a little bit on the common sense. But they are very smart. They can do any equation they give them. So first of all, we have to assess children. So within any educational system, whether it's early childhood education, K-12 or tertiary, whatever you want to call it, we have to assess children to see where they are. Even before you get into a university, we have the SAT, or we have WAEC, or whatever you have to get to know where the children can be placed. So my take is that we have to recognize them, first of all, that they are human beings. They are created just the way we are all created. So we have to respect them, we have to honor them, we have to assess them and see where they are coming from. What do they need to reach their potential? My potential is different from Chike's potential. Chike's potential is different from Mr. Frank's potential. But once we assess children, all children, then we should be able to know what do they need and design the curriculum that will fit them so that they can reach their potential. Before I came here doing my research, 95.5% of so-called special education or special needs children in Nigeria are out of school. They are home. You know why most of our children are home? Because Nigeria still have this image. If a child is not up to the ability of other children, we put them behind because we don't want to air our dirty laundry. We don't want anybody to know that we have a child who have a special need. You walk around and you see children that have Down syndrome. There are children who have what I call established condition. When you see them, you know. Due to genetic malfunction or whatever, when you see a Down syndrome child, you know a Down syndrome child. We see a child who's blind, you know a child who's blind. I'm also equally worried about those children who have environmental risk or environmental issue. Children have been sitting in old houses that are full of lead. Lead have poisoned their brain and so many things. Children that are not getting good water, clean water. You see where our children are roaming around, they're getting all those environmental issues, and it's messing them up. So we have to assess our children, know where they are, co-design. Teach them. There are 9 multiple intelligences, the way of knowing things. So we also have to make sure that we tailor that curriculum to those children that they need it. But you know, ultimately, I would say that all our children needs attention.
All right. If you want to ask a question, we need to get that quickly. My time is almost up. Just indicate by raising your hands. Okay. Just move us. How many are we taking?
So we might just take a question from 1, 2, 3 rows and then we're done.
Okay.
And I prefer 2 females and a guy. So is there a female on this line? Any female on this line? So I'll take from a guy and then we move to the other side.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My question it goes to us. Just yesterday the National Summit on Education, Tertiary Education Reform just ended, and one of the main points that was discussed then was the student loan bank. So I will want to, particularly to Dr. Frank Mwenke Jr., I want to know your disposition about the student loan bank, bearing in mind that it has been done before and it failed. So what assurances does the government, or do you think, that will help us to maximize that particular bill? Thank you very much.
All right, let's get all the questions and then they can respond as fast as they can. Vaughn, thank you.
Any female on this line? Okay.
Where are the females?
Okay, good morning all. I am Zanike Juliet. Okay, my question goes to Professor Nkechi. How can I, as a parent, discover my child's God-given talent? Like, how do I align him or her to that very thing she's ought to do or to be in life? Thank you.
Beautiful question. Okay, let's take one more and we'll move on. Okay, move over there. Sorry, we can't take as many questions as we're supposed to.
My name is Franklin. My question goes like this. They say education is the critical thing every society.
Is there a particular person you're asking?
Yes, okay. Or let me say to all of them there.
Okay, we'll give it to you. So so get ready to answer
they
that.
They say education is the critical thing every society needs. Then, using Nigeria as an example, every 2 months, Nigeria produces over 2 million graduates, corpus that pass out. Then where will all these people work? Where there is no employment, then what is the success now, the essence of the education? Thank you.
All right. Mr. Frank, you might want to start.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you. Excellent question on the student loan bank. I'm glad that you also noted that that initiative is not exactly novel. I mean, it's not new. It's been done in the past. The question is, why did it fail? It's still going to take us back to the issue of leadership. I'm very big on leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And so if you look at our country today, whether you're talking about it from an economic development or disaster point of view, when you look at insecurity in our country, anything you want to look at today in this country or in this state particularly, whether it's working or failing, is because of ineptitude, incompetent leadership. So that's critical. So as a matter of fact, the student loan bank that collapsed way back was also on account of ineptitude, incompetent leadership, and corruption. So it is critical this time around that in getting the bank back on stream, that we gain a full understanding of what happened and make sure we have the right checks and balances to make sure that it does not fail again. But let me also add on a personal basis, any initiative that will help to promote education, that will help students or interested parties to really fulfill their dreams. But even more importantly, as someone interested in public administration, as someone who understands the critical role of education, as a government, we would work very, very assiduously to make sure that vulnerable students, disadvantaged students who do not have the resources or have the capacity to advance their education, that they have access to the resources that they require, because the government of the day will make it possible. That's number one. Then the gentleman who asked about employment opportunities, right? Again, another excellent question. And let me say this very, very clearly. It still comes to the issue of, okay, thank you. I'm going to still bring it back to the issue of leadership. And it's important for me to situate it, say, in our own state context or our local context here in Enugu. And you find that government has only ability to recruit only so many people. As a matter of fact, yes, government has a role to play in employment generation, but not in the way that people look at it. Not as a major employers of labor. The role of government, any sensible government, is to create an environment which will attract manufacturers, industries, businesses to their state. It is these businesses that will help to really absorb the large number of young people that are coming out of schools or who are coming out from vocational centers and skill centers. And let me explain this to you. That had always been the case until recently. And I'm going to go back very quickly, if I have your permission,
no,
right? I'll go back very quickly. And so you look at between 1958 and 1966, 8 years, the government of the former Eastern region, that was when they established Nkalago Cement Company. That was when Calabar Cement Company was established. That was when the Michelin tire industry in Port Harcourt was built. That was when the glass factory in Aba was built. That was when Hotel Presidential Enugu was built. That was when Hotel Presidential Port Harcourt was built. That was when the University of Nigeria Nsukka was created. That was when Adan Rice was created. That was when Rison Palm in Rivers State was built. That was when United Palms in Oji was created. That was when Niger Gas was built. That was when Niger Steel was built. That was when, I can go on and on and on, because they understood the critical importance of job creation. They were clear that they needed to actually provide employment opportunities whilst industrializing the region for young people. After that, you look at the former governor Jim Ifeanyi Nwobodo. Within a space of 4 years as well, Nike Lake was built. The Anambra Vegetable Oil Company was built. That was when you had the Greater Enugu Water Works built. As you had the Greater Abakaliki Water Works. That was when you had ASUTEC, as it then was built. The current ASUT was built. That was when you had Premier Breweries established in Onitsha at the time. So many industries. That was when Transekulu was established. All of these initiatives would catalyze jobs, would create jobs. All right? So it is not so much government employing people, it is government putting in place the right policies, the right regulation, the right incentives for people to find their states attractive.
Thank you.
That is really what it should be. Thank you.
Okay. Let's get your reaction to the question.
I'm marveled and fascinated by all you have in your head, Mr. Frank.
You could go on and on and on.
Thank you. And thank you so much for giving us that compelling response. My research is focused on youth empowerment. And I always approach, the research with the question, what does youth empowerment mean to you? Or what comes to your mind when you hear youth empowerment for the first time? And most people, perhaps jocularly say, giving keke napep or giving bikes to people. But to be more serious, I think of empowerment, on 3 levels. Youth empowerment on 3 levels. And the first and most critical is education, which keys into what we are talking about today. But education is also not enough. And that's why I also want to touch on what you said, Mr. Frank, political empowerment. If young people are provided the right education that they need, or if let's assume that the environment, is convenient for, proper, productive education or constructive education. Is our political, environment also suitable for young people to thrive? And that's where I agree with you, Mr. Frank, that empowerment is also very, very key on the political level. And I'm very, very impressed with young people like me in Nigeria who are beginning to wake up politically and be more engaged and involved and interested in politics. I could see it on Twitter every day that I log in, and I could go on and on. And the third level for me on which empowerment occurs is economic empowerment. But you cannot, of course, talk about economic empowerment without first of all arresting the first 2 points or the first 2 levels I talked about, education and politics. So yes, just to attend to your question further, without approaching empowerment properly, if we just focus on education, without focusing on politics, without focusing on how to perhaps change the orientation of young people, to key into opportunities. We should not wait for the government, of course, to provide all the jobs, and of course they even cannot do it. But we can, of course, look at the trends and create opportunities for ourselves or key into opportunities. But to go back, all this cannot work without the first 2 levels I mentioned. So that's the contribution I want to make here. Thank you.
Quickly, let's get Professor Nkechi, and that will be the end. No, we're coming to an end. We're coming to an end.
Oh, sorry. I love my question. My question is about how do you, as a parent, help your child to reach their God-given potential? Well, number one, I'm a mother of 5, so I'm speaking from experience. You have to let your children know who they are. You have to let them know who they are, know where they're going, know who they are hanging out with, engage them in everything that you're doing at home. Use ordinary moments and daily routine to help raise your children. You don't have to have a PhD in child development. You don't have to have a BA in education to know that your children need to be involved. Use whatever you're doing, you're cooking, you're cleaning, to help them, right? So I know being in US, I didn't have a nanny, I didn't have my mom, nobody to help me. Every Friday we clean house. I put my music, whether they like it or not, we're going to dance to my music. We're going to clean, we're going to cook. You do time management. We set up what we need for the whole week. I don't like my children to cry in the morning because they didn't find the second shoe or the socks didn't match. We line everything up so that, because when they cry, the whole day just mess up for them. If you look at them, they're going to get upset with you because you look at them. And as a mother, my heart is not in one place because I'm going to work thinking about what we could have done. Honestly, we set up our clothes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Which shoe? We put it on there with the socks and all those kind of things. Once you have an organized, disciplined house, things will work out a little better. I spoke life into my children. I remember one day my daughter, she's a lawyer now, she was 4 years old. She said, "Mommy, I'm going to be a lawyer when I grow up." I said, "You are?" I said, "Starting from today, you have to act like a lawyer. So show me how lawyers work. Show me how lawyers talk." And then the other one came in and said, "I want to be a medical doctor." I said, "Okay." We went to a garage sale. In America, we have garage sale, like a thrift, like you call, like you buy used things. We bought my husband and I, we bought an old stethoscope, and she wore that around in the house, measuring everybody. Speaking life to your child. Show me how the lawyers work. How do they carry themselves and all that? They have it in their mind and build it in there. And then the other one say, "I don't want to be a doctor, I don't want to be a lawyer." I say, "What do you want to be?" "I want to be an artist." "Okay, you're going to be an artist. You draw. Anything you want us to buy for you, you have to draw it. We take it to the store. If it comes closer to what you drew, we'll buy for you." So the point I'm making is that Not everybody is going to use this schedule or the way to do that, but I know that I needed to be disciplined with my children. We have a curfew. I got called to the principal's office because my children told the principal that I don't let them stay out past time. To the principal because I'm from a different culture, so I don't understand. So I went to the principal's office and I said, well, you know, I'm going to parent them the way my parents parented me. And Americans, you guys are crazy. I don't want anybody to kill my children because if you got them outside, then somebody's going to say, what happened? Where is the parent? So have a disciplined life. Make sure you know where your children are. Who are they hanging out? What you pour in is what you're going to get.
Right. And
don't let the teachers tell you otherwise. You go find out how your children are acting in a class. You work with the teacher, not to disrespect them or, you know, embarrass them, but work with them to raise the child that you want to see. Now, I'm not saying that all my kids are perfect, but every day I say that they're perfect and they're awesome because the more you say that, the more they will appreciate that because that's how you see them.
Thank you, Chikezirim, Chima Nwoke. Thank you, Professor Nkechi. And thank you, phenomenal Mr. Frank Nwoke Jr. It's been nice doing this. And thank you, Boys Champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would we give them a round of applause? Especially to the moderator for doing a good job. Thank you very much. They are all professors, if I should say, and Nkechi is topping the list as a professor today. Frank Nwoke Jr. takes the title of Mr., and I think that's right enough, but today we are going to confer him on a professorial seat. Prof, thank you so much. Chikezirim Nwoke, you're a humble man and very brilliant too. A round of applause for them too. While they are stepping down, may I call on one or two persons to appreciate what they have done today. And I'm talking about General Sunday Eze. If you don't mind, sir, just one word or two, because we are listening attentively, before I ask His Eminence to do us one favor. As that.
Wow. Talk about unscripted jobs. I was not warned beforehand that I would do this job, but it's an easy one because all of us have seen what they did. The only other thing that I wanted to ask, if I was given the opportunity, which I have now, is we have to look at the macroeconomic policy of government at the federal level, and then we have to look at globalization and the advantage of scale in setting up industries and in factories. I'm talking about it because you see the effect of globalization on industries that are set up even in advanced countries. You know, when Trump was there, he was placing so much tariffs on the Chinese imports because he said that it was killing aspects of the American industry, right? So the first thing that we need to do, or one of the things that I think we need to pay attention to, is the quality of our governance at federal level. I'm saying this because of the persons who are asking about where they are going to get employment. So it is a holistic thing. I thank the panelists for the fantastic job that they have done, as I have been asked to do.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. We are going to move fast and forward, and I would like to invite Mr. Von Nwadukwe to make an announcement. If he is readily available, he can do that now. But if he is not around, we'll be... Okay, he's there. Von, please make the announcement. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Hi, guys. Are we having fun? Are we enjoying this conference? Please put your hands together again for the convener and for yourselves. You're an amazing audience. You're an amazing audience. So, Just in case you took pictures before you came in here, that's outside of the red carpet or at the green turf over there. We'd love it if you post it online. We will appreciate that. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Please use the hashtag Shaping the Future. Hashtag Shaping the Future or hashtag STF 2022. Hashtag STF 2022. We're also streaming this event live on all platforms, Instagram, Twitter, as well as on Facebook. So you can follow Boys Champion, or you can also follow Shaping the Future. And this is being streamed live. Share the live streams so that your friends and others who are not here can participate and also enjoy what you are enjoying here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vaughn. Your Eminence, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to
Me
have
is a very
something that
fine
can ease
young
our
gentleman.
minds
I'll allow
away
him to
from
introduce himself. Good
academic
afternoon.
and
Please
classical work we
introduce
went
yourself.
through.
Chike
And so I
Nwoke.
invite
I'm a
Pastor
PhD student
Olahi
at
for
Carleton
the
University
performance.
in
Put your
Canada,
hands together.
and I'm also a research consultant for a couple of NGOs in Nigeria and in the diaspora as well.
All right, that's very nice. Okay, we saw you giving a little bit of talk in there. So could you tell us how the event has been so far and impacted you?
Yes, I'm very happy to be here. The event was excellently organized, and we have key speakers who have come from different parts of the world to speak about issues that are very, pertinent to young people.
And we only thrive to survive here on the streets. Education is key, but what good a key where there are no doors for the poor? We dream dreams because dreams are free, but reality has a fee. You need teachers, you need books, you need to cook ideas that are off the hook. You need an unbreakable mindset that screams, I can. You need a plan and discipline, tough enough to withstand the wind that comes with the desire to win on the streets. You need uniforms. You need to fit in to be seen. You need thick skin, tough enough to block even bullets or the pointless scorn on your neighbor's green each time you dare to try to fly without wings again and again till you break down with realization that no amount of motivation can ever equal education. For what good a fertile ground where there are no seeds to sow? And what good a seed if it never grows? That was to get your attention. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon. I am honored to be in your midst today. Thank you so much for this platform. Thank you, Boys Champion, for this. So the title of my spoken word proper is The Devil. And I wrote a lot of spoken word pieces that touches the sexual gender-based violence theme. But why I picked this one in particular is because this particular spoken word exposes the identity of the people or the perpetrators of sexual gender-based violence. And also, it goes like by extension.
Right now, sir, it is very, very lovely to have you in our midst today. Could you please tell us how you feel so far?
I feel great. I mean, when I was first invited here, I honestly didn't know what to expect. I'd heard a lot about the promoter or the anchor or the coordinator, Mr. Ifeanyi Alumona, and I'd read up about him. Very impressive resume, very impressive initiative. But, you know, when I was coming here, I didn't really know what to expect, you know, given my previous experiences with people and events in Enugu. But I want to say that it's probably one of the a young person, excellent, world class. So I feel good.
Home into a forest, home now the Sambisa of silent shame, wailing winds and thorns. And our lives as growing thorns are torn. I know the devil like I know the taste of my own tears and the contouring of mother's fears. The devil likes to drink, he likes to talk. The devil is charming, evident from the manner of his walk. He likes to see mother talk and he hates it when she talks. The devil spends most of his night out, and on night he's not out, he spends sipping coffee and staring at the TV screen. He likes the house clean, and he seems to like the sound of mother screams, and his favorite color is green. But he likes his suit black, and he likes his coffee black, and he seems to like the sound of his belt on mother's back. He said he loves mother, and she says it back, but he takes it back when he smacks and hits the mistress from the back. And I'm the devil's mistress. He calls me his little princess. He likes the sound of his knuckle dig deep into mother's flesh. He likes the tangle of his flesh on my flesh. The devil wears a bowler hat. A man of class, the devil is the working class. He provides. When I hit his whip, he uses his fist, he improvised. The devil is a man of principle. He never spares the word, a man of his word. The devil is a Christian. He goes to church. And under his right arm, he carries his Bible tight. And he always pays his tithe. The devil is respected. The devil wears the marks of my hero. The devil was my hero. The devil is my stepfather. Which is why I've come to tell on the devil today. That the devil is the biggest coward I know. That hides his wedding ring. Still lies and hides to defile me. And when I threatened to tell, he threatened to kill me. See, the devil eats my mother's flesh for dinner. Drinks her blood after dinner. I watch her fade away. By the day, she grows thin and thinner. So I told on the devil. The devil is mad. The devil is furious.
Business in the world. And what do I mean by this? It is through politics that public leadership emerges. And it is the quality of political leadership that emerges from your politics that determines whether you're in school or not, that determines whether you have hostels or not, that determines whether your teachers are on strike or not, that determines whether you're kidnapped or not kidnapped, that determines the cost of food in the market, that determines whether you achieve your purpose in life or not. So in this political season, I want our young people to please rise up to the occasion. Make sure that you have a card, a permanent voter's card, PVC. Make sure that you vote
women and respect them. So I wanted to just do these two pieces and go, but let's shake this hall a little bit. Shaping the future. I want to leave something before I leave. So this is my final piece. This society gives my body a cause for debate. Makes my body a walking reminder of my place in this society. See, this society has turned my body into a house of limitations. Into a house where all my dreams and aspirations are reduced to age, to class, black, woman, religion, cripple, sickle, too fat, too thin, too poor to dream, too irrelevant to be seen. And not even enough thick skin could prepare me for this. This is how society reduces me, reduces you, breaks you into bits of indecision. But right here on this crossroad of decision, follow your intuition. Do not despair, do not fear, to do what is right. Do not lose sight of the bigger picture. For these dreams you nurture, and not of today, but that of the future. So teach your legs to walk out from conversation that threatens your conviction. Teach your hands to pull out from societal limitation that dares of futuristic inclination. Teach your mouth to speak up, speak out, rebuke doubt, rebuke reasons why your dreams could go south. Teach your eyes to stay fixated on the goal. Teach your mind to focus as you go. Say dreams needs no permission from neither race, religion, height, nor size to decide the medium of coming. So when next society gives your body a cause for debate, teach your body to give it back. Thank you.
This is an incredible child of today. Please a round of applause for her. Hafsat, the society has taught you that your thin body must fix fixatedly on the ball. Give her another gracious round of applause, for she is wonderful. I would confess I've never met any young lady as bright as this. Congratulations. We are proud of you. And somehow, I think I'm related to you one way or the other. You understand what I mean? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are enjoying ourselves. If you are not, I am. I want to welcome my friend who I've never met. He's a man I knew earlier as a PDP man. We are not talking politics here. But then, this is a man who sent shockwaves all across everyone some days ago in August and said, I am quitting that party and joining Labour Party because Peter Obi is my mentor and somebody I appreciate for Nigeria. Please welcome Valentine Ozigbo, a former candidate for PDP, and he is here today. And I have been told that he's representing his principal, and that he's telling us that his principal will be here any moment from now, and that's why he has come as he joined the parties, the forerunner of Mr. Peter Obi. So his presence assures us that Peter Obi will be here any moment from now. Welcome you with a round of applause. Ozigbo, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're here. We are going to move fast and take one audio or one video from Dr.
Maureen Manning. If it's now ready, we have a few seconds to start it. Dr. Maureen Manning. Give him a round of applause in absentia. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Honored guests, fellow colleagues, delegates, and volunteers, greetings from Boston, USA. I'm Dr. Maureen Manning, and I'm thrilled to be a part of the inaugural Shaping the Future conference. That thousands are gathered today to celebrate women's rights and to promote ending violence against women speaks volumes about the fact that the future can be favorable for all women. Looking back for over a century, numerous initiatives, acts, and declarations promoting women's rights and calling for an end to gender-based violence have been officially recognized across the world. In 1909, the first National Women's Day on record was held in New York City. In 1975, International Women's Day was recognized by the United Nations. In 1979, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women was created. In 1993, the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action was enacted. And in 2015, the Beijing Platform for Action was established. And yet, according to Ivan Simonovic, the former UN Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, in his address to the General Assembly a decade ago, violence against women remains the most pervasive expression of discrimination against women and an egregious violation of human rights. Indeed, diverse and persistent forms of violence continue to affect the lives of millions of women worldwide, thus curtailing the whole range of their human rights and empowerment in all aspects of life, whether in public, economic, social, or a family sphere. Thus, despite over 100 years of child marriage, trafficking, gender-based violence, and women disproportionately are impacted by poverty, war, disease, lack of clean water, and food insecurity. Simonovic argued that there can be no democratic and equal society if half of the world's population remains discriminated and disenfranchised. In fact, throughout history, when women have exercised their right to freedom of expression, assembly, and to participate in public life, many have encountered stereotypes, harassment, and violence. For example, in 2012, when young Palestinian Malala Yousafzai spoke about the atrocities of life under Taliban rule, she was shot by Taliban forces. Miraculously surviving, she became a world-renowned figure in the quest for peace and in the pursuit of equal access actions, paving the way for a more peaceful and prosperous future for women and girls. Each of you gathered here today has demonstrated a desire to shape the future. And over the course of this Shape the Future conference, you will hear from world leaders, experts consider the concepts of ethical leadership, conflict prevention, and peace building. Whether it's peace, equity, or education, or another cause that drives you, find something about which you are passionate and become a voice for change. Malala stated, "If we believe in something greater than our lives, then our voices will only multiply. If we stand with others who also want to create a more peaceful future, then our voices will multiply as well. We will be stronger, louder, and more powerful advocates for change." Thank you and best wishes for an inspiring and motivating conference. I have no doubt that each of you will play a role in shaping the world and make it more peaceful, equitable, and just.
Played in this video. Give her a resounding round of applause, because I know somewhere, somehow, she is watching this event. Thank you. Quickly, we will take another video which will be as inspiring as this one. This one is coming from Daniel Ops, and he will do his presentation now. If it's ready, we will take it.
I'm the president and CEO of AFS Intercultural Programs, and I'm joining you today from New York. I was planning on being there with you in person, but unfortunately the security situation made it more difficult to travel. I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you, but I very much hope to be able to come visit you in Nigeria very soon. I'm so delighted to participate in this important event, even just virtually, and I want to give a big shout out. I was planning on being there with you in person, but unfortunately the security situation made it more difficult to travel. I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you, but I very much hope to be able to come visit you in Nigeria very soon. I'm so delighted to participate in this important event, even just virtually, and I want to give a big shout out to Noel Alumona for putting on this conference and for your leadership of this amazing organization, Boys Champions. Noel is probably too modest to share with you that he also won the AFS Award for Young Global Citizens this year for his commitment to contributing a more just and peaceful world. We are so inspired by your work, Noel. AFS was founded more than 100 years ago, and our mission is to provide intercultural learning opportunities to help people develop the knowledge, skills, and values needed to create a more just and peaceful world. In short, we're all about developing active global citizens, and I think you will all agree with this. Our world needs more active global citizens. Each of you can be a global citizen too. Being a global citizen is not about stamps in your passport, but it's about your curiosity about issues that affect your community or the world. Being a global citizen is about being able to relate to others across differences and showing empathy. Being a global citizen is about your willingness to take action to make the world a more just, sustainable, and peaceful place. And AFS provides a lot of opportunities, and I want to share with you just 3 ways of how you can participate and become a global citizen. If you're a student, I encourage you to participate in an AFS exchange program for a semester or a year and experience another culture or language. Or you can apply for a scholarship for our AFS Global STEM Changemakers program. This is a full scholarship focused on science and sustainability as well as global learning. Or participate in an AFS virtual exchange program. It's a great way to meet people from around the world online and to build your global skills. If you're a teacher, apply for the AFS Effect Plus scholarship. It's an online program that gives teachers skills to teach about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We have full scholarships available, and it benefits your whole classroom. And finally, if you're between 18 and 32 years old, I encourage you to participate in the Youth Assembly. It's one of the biggest platforms in the world that brings together young leaders and change makers. The next Youth Assembly will take place in New York City from August 11 to 13, 2023. And Noel knows all about it. He is on the Youth Assembly Advisory Council, and he also serves as a Youth Assembly Ambassador in Nigeria. And I'm excited to share with you today that we have made available 5 full scholarships for young people from Nigeria to travel to New York and participate in the Youth Assembly. We hope for a big Nigerian delegation at the next AFS Youth Assembly in New York City. You can find out more about all the opportunities that I shared and more opportunities at nigeria.afs.org. And I want to thank all of you who are participating in this event for your commitment to shaping the future. I wish you a wonderful conference and hope to meet you soon in Nigeria or in New York City. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Here at Boys Champions live video that's on right now on your various social media handles. Use the hashtag Shaping the Future or the hashtag STF2022, but particularly hashtag Shaping the Future. Aka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Von Wadukwe. Thank you very much, Daniel Obbs. Let's give him a round of applause. It was a crystal presentation, an encouragement, and maybe some of us will take advantage of what he publicized in his speech.
Let's go to another plenary session, the second one, and this one is entitled Opportunities for Youth, Gender Equality and Women Inclusion. And I will take the time to ask a woman, a lady, to be the moderator as scheduled. I want to invite Amanda Elo, who is a seasoned broadcaster, an OAV person who will now moderate. Please give her an encouraging welcome. Thank you very much. Amanda, you're welcome. And thank you so much for being here as early as you did.
Thank you very much. Do not mind my shoe. It's a gossip on its own. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Amanda Eloma Obuago. I choose to go with Amanda Elo. I think it's easier for a lot of people. Let me start by saying greetings to His Eminence, Cardinal Naikon, and to every other person here. I'm standing on existing protocol, all protocols duly and respectably observed. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. I need to say this. I am delighted to be in a gathering of youths who are change makers, bold, wise, enterprising, and most importantly, ordinary youths. Ordinary youths who are doing their best to make Nigeria conducive for themselves. I see you all, and I appreciate your presence here today. Thank you so much for coming. This is a phenomenal event, and I shall do my best to make this conversation as conversational and relative as possible, or relatable to every person here. I see children from secondary schools and primary schools. I don't want us to talk so abstractly that they don't understand what we're saying here today. So I'm going to make sure as much as I can, because I have amazing people on my panel. So when we start talking, I want every person to feel involved. I want you to know that we have real life problems, and we are out to solve those problems as much as we can, because we are shaping the future. Before I introduce them, I want you to give a round of applause to my panelists, the persons coming up to join this panel. Thank you so much. Okay, so because my Lord the Archbishop already mentioned that the youths are leaders of today, I'm glad that the persons who I'll be talking with today are youths. Like youth, real life youth. You know, when you say youth, like young people like you and I. I have Augustine Achu. I want him to come up and tell you who he is by himself. That's how I want to do it. Augustine Achu, you're welcome. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Yes. I also have Roya Montasa. Roya Montasa is the lady of the moment, apart from Hafsat, actually. You're welcome. And finally, I have Godfrey Emorilebo. You see how he's dressed like a tech guy. That's what I want here. I want us to have conversations, real life conversations that affect us. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. And while we're at it, I want to say thank you to Boys Champions. This is not easy. This is amazing. Because if we want to make boys better, if we want to make women better humans, I think we should start by the kind of men we train around us. If you have good men, then women do not have to fear for their lives or fear for anything. Yes, I feel so. So I'm glad we're having this conversation today. Thank you so much for coming. We are the panel with the responsibility of 3 distinctive and broad topics, very complex topics. And if you listened, the Archbishop already gave us a warning. Yes, he warned us before we started. We're talking today on opportunities for youths, gender equality and women inclusion. Very delicate topic, and that's what we're going to be doing. Now, before I delve into the topic, I'd like you to introduce yourself, Mr. Augustine Achu. Who are you? Let them know, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for sticking around until now for this conversation, and I hope the panel and the rest of the program will be as interesting as the first panel was. My name is Augustine Achu, Augustine Chidera Achu. I live in the US. I work with a non-profit organization called Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS for short. we provide babies emotional support for those grieving the loss of a loved one in the U.S. military. But on the other side, I am on an international program where we try to bring... I know Noah will frown if I don't say this. I'm a U.S. Marine, and and also, as we have touched upon here, education, very importantly, if you have noticed, is an ongoing process. Someone said it's actually life itself. So I'm also doing my PhD in political science, international relations in one of the best universities in the world, Howard University, Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much. I hope one day someone would say Nnamdi Azikiwe University, one of the best universities in the world, and we keep moving on. Thank you so much for that. Roya, let's have you.
Hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roya Al-Muntasir, and I'm from Libya. I've worked back home on different causes such as youth empowerment, empowering the private sector and entrepreneurs, empowering women, and conflict resolutions and dialogues in Libya. I met Noel in India, and from all the places, and I was honored to be invited here and to be amongst you today, and I'm looking forward to this fruitful discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Roya. And over to you, Godfrey.
Hello, everyone. So, I feel like I'm the only Nigerian based in Nigeria on this panel.
I'm here too. Look at me.
So my name is Godfrey Libo. I run a tech startup called Curiosity Exploring that started sometime last year after the president came out on national television and said that Nigerians will graduate from good universities with good degrees and the government would not be able to provide jobs for them. So that thought even provoked us into forming a community of developers that try to tackle real world problems and learn from there. I'm very grateful to be here, and I hope that we shape the future well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So we're starting with opportunities for youths, and I think you all were chosen here for a reason, because you're change makers, you're already doing something, right? And so the very first question we have here is, how have we provided seats for the young people at the table? I wish we had like a politician here, because I really want to ask that question to a politician, but let's start with all of us here. We have a tech guy, we have a woman empowerment person, we have you who's empowering different youths in different parts of the world. Now when we talk of empowerment, I think Chike asked that question, what do we even mean by empowerment? So how have we provided seats for the young people at the table? It could be metaphorical. What have you done for the youths so far? What should we put into consideration as far as putting them on the table is involved?
So, well, I know I'm not towing Dr. Nkechi's, Professor Nkechi's line on politics, on who is a politician. I know I am not a politician by profession. I read political science. I'm studying under political science and all of those things. Before I left Nigeria, I was really active in politics. If you know my roots, you will understand why I said that. But I am sure that creating a space, or getting the youth to the table, demands a particular thing which we can actually decipher and break it down into different things. And what does that mean? It's engagement. The youth, we have been used to this idea that was forced upon us. We didn't create that by ourselves, that we are rather instruments of violence rather than instruments of change, advocates of positive change. So we have always been used to that idea that we only come in when the guy on the top says, oh, I don't like this result is not in my favor, and then we come in and do the brouhaha and all of those things. We've been used to that, but that is not engagement, and that is not how we get to the table. And I believe for the past few months now, we are seeing something, a semblance that looks like what we should be doing. And we should all recognize the fact that they say power is not given, it is what? It's taken. And it's easier for us to take power, but we have to recognize that. So to create that opportunity on the table, I would say as my own opening speech is staying engaged, or first of all, being engaged, staying engaged, and never back out. Because guess what? Mr. Frank Nweke knows this as much as the general and your eminence. They will always want to force us out. If you don't know, now know it. They will want to frustrate us that we don't have the money. They will want to frustrate us that we don't have the what? Who can tell me that?
Structure.
The structure. What else? What other structure do you need other than go register and have a voter's card? They will want to frustrate us with that, but say what? No. So we come to the table, determine. Oh, don't mistake it. Some of our youth will also sell us out, but when they get there and sell us out, what do? We recall them. The power is in our own hands. So let us create the opportunity for ourselves to get to the table, stay at the table. When they want to frustrate us, we tell them we are not going nowhere. For what? Tomorrow is what? Today. So pretty much get engaged, stay engaged, and so what? Do not back down from being engaged.
All right, thank you so much for that. I want a round of applause for him, please. Ray, I would like to ask you next, but I would like to skip you for a reason, because yes, I'm coming for you. Let's go to the tech guy. So you're in tech, and we've got youths, so many of them. We're talking unemployment, we're talking of people transitioning from this to that in order to make ends meet. So I want to know, what have you done, you as a tech startup manager? That's who you are, right? Yes. What have you done so far for the youths around you?
Okay, I think that's the best question anybody has asked me in a while.
Oh my God!
So, alright, so sometime last year, the president came out on national television and said he will graduate from Nigerian universities and have good degrees, and the government will not be able to provide jobs for you. And it hit me personally because I have a lot of friends. I kind of grew up in the north, and then I started working in Lagos first, and then I worked in Onitsha too. So I kind of have a cycle of friends around the country. And so I spoke with my co-founder. He's sitting somewhere behind though, and I asked, how do we be part of the solution? How do we come in now and try to solve problems? Because at that point I was working for like 3 companies. I'm head of research and development for a New York company called Yokumbo, and then they are saying in Nigeria that you will not have jobs even if you graduate from school. So what's that? So we created a Google form. That's how we started trying to solve the problem. We created a Google form that said, hey, you want to be part of a group of a community of people that don't care about your current level of education, your age, the skin color you have, or whether you're smart or not smart. You want to be part of this group of developers, then sign this form and let's form a community. And in less than 3 days, we had 283 people sign up from 27 out of the 36 states in Nigeria, and about 6 other foreigners from Africa and then Europe. And it was amazing because initially I didn't think we would have that kind of number. I was thinking like 10, you know. So from there we started from the very rudiments. In Sound of Music they say that the best way to start is to start from the very beginning. And that's where we started. So the concept of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, the things you need to be a programmer. So that's how we started. And we kept going. But now in the context of solving real world problems. So if we want to learn something, we look at a problem in society, and then from that point we start asking ourselves, what do we need to know so that we can build this? And we keep building until we get it to finish. So that's what we've done.
Okay, and that's impressive. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. Amazing. Roya, you work with women, right, as far as empowerment is concerned. It is one thing to be a youth and it is another to be a woman who is a youth. I don't want to add black. Let's leave that part. But let me ask you, how has it been for you as a woman who is trying to empower other women? What do you see? How does it go for you, and how does it go for those women you try to work with?
Well, excellent question. Thank you, Amanda. I can say that it's not easy. It's not easy being a woman, first, and then being a woman who is ambitious, a woman who wants to build a career in a culture, because my culture and society is similar to yours, so I understand the struggles, or at least some of the struggles. I think that it's important for women to inspire and to also be empowered to make the change, whether it was in a company or as an influencer or as a activist in the society. And I will start by saying a real life story that I'm basically one of the see, I told you.
Yeah, I feel you.
I am the one woman in my company that is ahead of the department.
Wow.
The youngest. Now that's not easy. You would think people trying to make assumptions about how you got there or how you are in the place that you are. Yeah. But don't let that affect you. You got there because you deserve it. You got there because you are worth it. And I think it's very important to highlight the importance of boys and men to support this, because I think this is it's a very interesting thing to discuss gender roles in general, because you see, it's not just a fight for women, it's also a fight for men, because you see, hi guys, you have sisters, you have mothers, you have daughters, so that's also a fight for you and your family and your loved ones, for you to make. And I think that the idea of educating and enlightening boys and men to support that cause is very, very important. And I think it starts with communication and fruitful dialogue, because that's how it goes. It's not an argument between me and him. It's not that's not how you resolve or go to a conclusion that is effective. The dialogue should go as a communication, a conversation that we both wish to conclude to something that will help us both to hold our places in the society. And I think this is this is the key. This is the key to how this should work, and to make a successful, result of the conversation.
Okay. So a round of applause for Hafiz. I'm going to move to the next one, which is basically gender-based violence and all of that. But like I said, I'm interested in persons here understanding what we're saying. And there is somebody here who's watching this who's saying, I want to be like Roya. There's somebody watching right now who wants to be like Augustine. There's somebody looking at the tech guy who wants to be like the tech guy. So before we delve into gender, because it's always a buzz boost thing, before we delve into gender talk, I want each of you to maybe tell people, just quickly, some of your greatest challenges in your field and how you were able to surmount these problems and you're standing tall today. Let's start with you, Augustine.
Well, in my field, I'm in a lot of fields.
Pick one.
And when you, let me just put it out there. When you are in the military, when they say field, it's really wild out there. Oh. But in the real wild world, it's always a field, right? And the challenges that I faced, that I am still currently facing, because some of them, they come in different shapes and forms. They remain the same, and they are peculiar to each and every one of you. I was like you. I'm not going to lie to you. Don't be deceived by this. I was somewhere like you before I got to this, and that's what I always tell people. If I can get to this, it's only a matter of time and the right calculations. So why I'm saying this is because since 2008, I have been in tertiary institution. The only time off I had was when I went to NYSC, 2013-2014. And when I graduated with my second master's degree, 2019 to 2020, that was my only time off from school, from university. So my challenges has been around getting myself sharpened up to become who I am. And some of those challenges, that's why I said, is the same thing that you are facing, you're passing through. Being able to be consistent. We always hear this word about consistency, right? But it is not easy to demand of yourself to be consistent. I can easily say, come on, can you be consistent for once? If you say you're going to do this, why don't you do it? But how about yourself? You have to go to school, you have an exam, and all of those things. How consistent are you in studying? It's a challenge to sit down to study, especially when you have a lot of things. Because even before I graduated from undergrad in Imo State University, I already started a business. I started an event management business. I was making cakes, decorating places, and planning weddings and whatever thing you can, like some event. I was doing all of those things and at the same time studying. So how do I become consistent in my study? Because at that, a few months ago that I changed my career path, which is another thing that you have to understand. You may not be able to figure it all out, but just one step at a time, incremental steps. A few months ago, I wanted to be who? I wanted to be a professor. I wanted to teach, and that's why you see me, bachelor's, 1 master's, 2 masters, now a PhD.
It's impressive.
So, I wanted to do all of these things, but I have to remain consistent in order to go through all of those.
Okay.
So, for that, if you remain consistent, have realistic plans. Don't give in to peer pressure. You may be able to get there, not exactly how you wanted, but then it will pay off. But then as a practitioner, you have the challenges of dealing with other people. People of your age, people below you, and people above you. How are you able to manage the consistency of the relationship that you have with them? You find out that in everything it's about consistency, especially in our today's world, where a man that is maybe as a 30-something-year-old guy, a man that is just like 10 years above you wants you to like fall down on the floor before he could actually accept a resume, it's your CV, to even submit. How do you manage that relationship? And yourself, giving a helping hand, as little as you think you are, you can give a helping hand. And how do you deal with your own peers? All of these things are all calculated steps, incremental enough for you to get to a level. So if you can manage these challenges, as I am trying my best to do, because they will always be there. If I went through them, if I am still going through them, my brother, you will even go through more. And for that reason, I would say consistency is the biggest challenge that I have to face. And I'm not saying this because I'm the master consistent. No. But because I tried my best, And I think my best is paying off gradually. So if you could use, through my own eyes, of the way I manage consistency, I dealt with my consistency issues. Not because you know exactly as I did it, but knowing that it could be done. I guess you can surmount that challenge.
All right, thank you so much. Consistency. I've had consistency over intensity any day, wherever you are. So keep trying. Roya, let's talk about your challenge so far with, how have you done it?
I would like to start by saying believing in yourself. As youth, we have a lot of doubts. And these doubts are confirmed by all around us, by elders who are in power, who are telling us, no, you cannot be where I am today because I know better, because I have more experience, because I'm wiser. And that's true, and they are. And that's why I want to just follow on what the bishop said, that we need to show them the way out. We need to prove ourselves. Because you see, if we want power, and power comes with great responsibilities, we need to prove that we are there, that we can lead. And that's, I think, as youth, we take for granted, because not just because we're youth, then that therefore it means that we need to educate ourselves. We need to empower ourselves. by ourselves and by elders who are, I don't want to call them elders because I think that's a bit rude, but I want to call them wise people who we can learn from them. And then after we will learn from them and after we prove to them that we are up to the challenge, then we can nicely show them the way out. And I think I just want to follow back on the fact that I think believing in ourselves is really, really important. And having all of these doubts, all of that inner voices in our head telling us that no, you cannot be what you want to be, is something very frustrating. And that's why I would like to ask everybody here today, do you believe that you can actually, like really, you can make the change that you want? If you do, raise your hand. Do you actually think, okay, good. To some extent, yes, very good. Yeah. I think that's very important, and I think we need to surround ourselves by people who can empower us and tell us that, yes, by parents who will tell us that, okay, you want this, then there you go. Disciplines, by teaching us all of these values for us to pursue what we want and pursue it in the right way.
Over to you right now. Thank you so much, Roya, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm very impressed with the answers already. I think they've said all the things I'm supposed to say. So I'm going to use practicals now to try to answer my own questions. The challenges we faced and how we are trying to surmount them. So sometime when we started, at some point we noticed that interest was waning in our community. And so how do we bring that interest back? We ended up learning how to build cryptocurrency tokens. And we built Emory Coin under the Solana blockchain as a way of sending incentivized tokens to people inside the community when they do assignments. You get. It worked amazingly because it sparked back the interest that was waning, and people started learning how to code faster. People were more engaged. People were trying to unblock their fellow friends, because remember this, we are a community of people from various backgrounds and ages, you see. So I have my small cousin who is about 4 years or 5 years old inside. I also have my mom inside, you see, and lecturers as well. So it's amazing. You have to figure out a way to bring people's interests together. That's one of the things we did. Now, immediately we jumped into blockchain. It became more exciting because before then, so we were just hearing blockchain like Bitcoin and just that. But once we got there, we started seeing that the world would become a better place if more applications were built on the blockchain, because it's more trustworthy, it's more transparent. And so the next thing we started doing was thinking about how to migrate applications that were already built into the blockchain. We were successful in migrating Raven. Raven was more like, think about it like an e-commerce platform. Well, we were able to migrate it into Web 3.0, which makes it a blockchain application. And how that works and the advantages that has it's mind-blowing, because now a shop owner inside the platform owns his or her account. So depending on your rating, your reviews, your history, and the things your goodwill you have and all, you can decide to sell your shop. It is your own, so you have freedom. The next thing we did was we looked at a chat platform we were trying to build and learn from. We called it Explorer. Now the Explorer, think about it like something like WhatsApp. But we now decided that these new skills we've learned, which is the blockchain thing, let's try to add it into this application. And what we ended up doing was build an application that your chat can become a story. You own your chat, so your chat can become a story. Instead of WhatsApp and probably selling out those your chats, you have the right to sell it yourself. So if you think that the content you generate makes a whole lot of sense, you can click a button and make it into an NFT. What NFT is non-fungible token, and for that reason, you can sell it out. Like, if you feel like it, you see, you can sell it out and be like, hey, so is there anyone interested in this kind of story? I have a story to sell. And you can sell it and get money from it. Your own money, not us now, not like the organization, like what WhatsApp does. And a third, and I think this is the biggest thing we are doing right now, is So we own the YouTube channel. Of course, we were training people. Why shouldn't we? And in that YouTube channel, there were sessions where we do tutorial videos, and we also owned another part, like a playlist, where we talk about issues in Nigeria. Remember, we were provoked into existence when the president said, you will graduate and government will not be able to provide jobs for you. So we had this session, this playlist up where we talk about issues in Nigeria and how we feel we can use the power of tech to solve that problem. And on one of the videos, we talked about the election system in Nigeria, how the way it's structured and the way it's built, it's not right for a lot of reasons. Number one, why will you finish election in Nigeria and you have to wait for 3 or 4 days before collisions happen, when a JavaScript function can do that with just one line of code and in a split second? And then you expect all the vice chancellors to go to Abuja in this bad road. I traveled from Abuja to here and we were knocked, like they hit us like 4 or 5 times. Our bumper is broken, we are trying to fix it. The roads in Nigeria are terrible. Now, what happens to those vice chancellors that are collation officers when they are traveling on that route? Like, it was not making any sense. And so we had this video of trying to reach out to INEC and say, hey, so we think the current system you have is not very good. We might be able to do something better if we translate this into a Web3 platform, because it becomes more trustworthy, it becomes more transparent. It is on a blockchain, so everybody sees exactly what is happening. Here's the funny thing to it. Like, in less than 2 days after that video was up, our YouTube channel was completely dropped, suspended. And we reached out to YouTube and said, hey, so we've not broken any of your rules yet. Can you bring back our channel? Because even though, if you might have issues with that video, there are other videos that we've put in so much manpower to build, and people are actually learning from it from across the world. Can you bring back our channel? And we also added this, that because YouTube says on their terms and conditions that the only reason your channel will be suspended is if you have 3 strikes, like if you break their rules and you have 3 in less than 90 days. So we added this and said, hey, so we've not broken anyone yet. That's number 1. Number 2, even if we have broken, we've not broken 3. Number 3, it's not 90 days yet. Can you bring back our channel? And YouTube reached back to us and said, we've seen your appeal and your account is still suspended. To have that kind of comment, so I'm trying to answer your question correctly. So have that kind of comment come from YouTube, we felt like Google was the center of everything tech, you see. So to have that kind of comment come from YouTube it was terrible for us, because it meant that the tech world is not where it should be yet. It does not have that freedom, that democracy yet. Because here we are trying to solve a problem and then you're dropping our channel, so we can't. And so we decided, this is how we decided to move forward. We went all super regulatory and decided to build a platform that looks like YouTube. We are in the process of doing it. We know it's heavy, we know it's big, we know that it's too much work for us, but come on, why shouldn't we? At least we should give it a try and give it the best shot we can. And we are doing an amazing job there, because it has more important things than what I think the current YouTube has, because you as the account owner of a channel on the platform will have the rights to do everything. Unlike YouTube, you will not have to wait until you have 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers before you start earning royalty from your channel. From the very start, as you're doing things on the channel, you start earning your cryptocurrency while you are on the platform.
What's the name of the platform again?
We are still working on it, but we intend to call it Grasp.
Okay.
And it's amazing because that has gotten the attention of FCDO, that's Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. They organized a global symposium last month, October, and they invited us. And we told them about it. They've seen some of the things we are doing, and they are so amazed about it and want to host the next symposium on our platform. So here's my answer to the question you asked. more challenges always comes, like it always comes. You have to have the mindset that makes you get used to those challenges. Like, let your mind be such that, okay, they will come. The beauty of living is how do you keep growing from them and learn from it. Okay. That's my answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. How you build amazing things from your challenges. You know, you turn your sorrow to joy. That's amazing. Let's move now to gender conversations. We're going to be taking your questions very soon, but let's just, you know, say something really quick, because I feel we've spent a lot here. Quickly, we're talking about gender, we're talking about the boy child, we're talking about the girl child. We've had women accept some things. I was in a car the other day and a woman said, see, if your man cheats, it's not a problem. The problem is he should not show you who he's cheating with. This person is comfortable with this life. Yes. And she was telling me that. We've had women tell men, you don't cry, you don't do this. And these things are part of the problem, foundational issues. I want us to quickly, please, because we do not have time, each and every one of us, how do you think we can end violence and discrimination against women? That's it. You can have.
I believe that the issue of ending gender-based violence is a commitment for all. It's not a one-man thing. It's not a march for women. It's not a campaign for just young ladies or something like that. It's an all hands on deck kind of a thing. But more especially, there's something Noel started, which is Boys Champion. And I think he's trying to turn their attention to something that is, you know, non-conventional, which is the idea that, do you know, if we actually get the boys right, it will be a lot more easier for the society to thrive. It will be a lot more easier for ladies, for the girl child to thrive in the society. And that is my own, because I'm a man. And I totally agree that some of the things that my sister as a girl child, Roya, and you know, anyone that is a female here, I may not understand the thing the way you're saying it, and same with the way I see it. But from my own standpoint as a man, I have to make an enabling environment. Something Roya mentioned. It is not an argument. It is a conversation. And for that sake, as a guy, as a boy, as a man, however you want to identify yourself, as a dude, you have to be able to consciously, I mean it by the word consciously, you have to consciously know that the world is already skewed to your favor. I asked a friend of mine this question one time. I said, do you know that I haven't seen that religion. I haven't seen that religion that doesn't have a male figure up there. It's always we don't know what God looks like, right? So we painted God with this white old man with big beard, right? Why didn't we say this white old woman with, I don't know, no hair on her head? You know, the Buddhists, the Muslims, everything is about the man. The man is a patriarchal word, no matter how much you want to say. Even when you go to those traditions that women can marry more than one man, it's still, you know, a man at the top somehow. So as a man, you have to consciously recognize that the world has been skewed to your favor. And because the world has been skewed to your favor already, you should be making an enabling environment for conversations that will enable the advancement. Hey, check it out. You will get married one day. Oh, I don't want to be married. I want to be like His Eminence. There's no problem. You will be dealing with Reverend Sisters and nuns. No, you know what? Let me just remain celibate. Well, the world is not made of only men. So whichever way you turn, there's a woman right there that needs recognition. And don't be mistaken also. At some point, the woman will be your oga. The woman will be your oga. Does not mean that you have to find a way to fight her. You have to recognize it at all times. Because see, it is not the gender-based violence and the gender issues that we're talking about. It's not about how much do you have? No. It's not about no, it's about the realities of life. As a man, you already, as just the moment you drop like this, you already, your social capital is a certain level as against that of a woman. No matter how rich you are as a woman, no matter how poor you are as a man, the society just sees us differently. And for that reason, that enabling environment is needed. Create that conversation. Don't go making arguments and critiquing how it should be and how it should not be. It's actually a conversation. Get into conversations with your fellow. See, I'm tired of the fact of let's bring them to the table. Let's ask them how to come to the table, because on how to get themselves there.
That's impressive. Thank you so much. Let's have Godfrey talk. I want you to end it. Let's have Godfrey. Godfrey, please. How do we end it? As a tech guy, because I know you have ladies there with you. How do we do something about women, please?
I don't know.
Ah, my brother.
Okay, so to be more serious,
yeah,
I feel like the tech gives us opportunity to be to have equality and freedom. I feel like when you write with codes, the codes are zeros and ones at the end of the day, and everything is equal at the end. So you write codes, but whatever codes you write, they are always equal with the one a woman will write. So there's supposed to be equality. So my answer to that question is, let's all of us go to tech and we should be able to have equality there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, tech the equalizer. Let's have you now, Roya.
Well, this is a very triggering topic to a lot of people. Gender equality, role genders, gender roles, and all of that. So I think the best way to tackle it is, ladies, let's imagine we're born a guy, a man in this world. Do you think you would let everything that you were just given by nature, just so convenient to you, up so easily? You would let all of your rights, the privilege that you have, let go of it so easily? Well, then that's how you can understand why men are so reluctant to give it us up. But let's go to men. Gentlemen, hey, let's imagine you're a woman. How would you deal with all of your rights being questioned, all of your day-to-day life being, scrutinized and questioned and minimized, your basic needs being asked if they're needed or not for you, and all these questions? Would you be okay with that? Do you think you can relate? Do you think you would want to change the way that women are now asking for change? So that is the real question, because it's a 50-50% that you will be born a woman or a man. So if you were just lucked out, and I don't want to be, because that's the thing, if I was, I asked myself this, if I can choose what gender do I want to be, I would still be a woman. Because you know why? Because I think that if I was a man, I would be so privileged and so blinded by that privilege that I would not see. I don't want to say an idiot, but I will, borderline. Because I will not see what I can see as a woman. I will not be exposed to the I don't want to say suffering, because I don't want to dramatize an experience for all women, but we do suffer. We do, we do go through it. So I would not go through it if I was a man. And that's something that I appreciate. And because of that, I asked that question for every man to consider. If you were a woman, how would you deal with that? And if for every woman to understand why men are being so reluctant to give up that power. So yeah, thank you.
All right, okay, thank you so much. Apparently, I know some people will be complaining, why do we keep talking about the women? If you've been with a good man before, if you've been in a company of good men before, you'd understand why we should have these conversations. There are women who are suffering, and I don't understand why, because I grew up with good men. And I want us to have these conversations over and over again till everybody understands that this is their responsibility, and make it conducive for not just the women, for themselves. Because if you give that leveling ground from the foundation, you can express yourself as a man. You can do what we will no longer expect you to just bring money to the table. We would expect more from the man. When they ask, what can a man bring to the table? A lot of people do not know. Some say money. I think you can do more than that. So it is when you start treating us well, if you start treating the women around you well, the girl child around you well, that we begin to understand the value you as a man are embedded with. I hope we make Nigeria a better place. John F. Kennedy would say, do not think of what the government will do for you, but what you do for the government. But that isn't a working system. I'm sorry if I've offended anybody. We have the responsibility, because we've talked of opportunities for youth, we have the responsibilities, you and I have the responsibility of making this country a better place. So whatever you do today, wherever you are, please strive to represent, to make it better. Alright, because we would have the next group of leaders emanate from us, and if we don't make it better for them, nobody will make it for us. Thank you so much for joining us here, and I thank my panelists. It's been amazing having you here. Thank you so much for joining me. Once again, I'm Amanda Elo, and I want you to enjoy every bit of this conference. God bless you. Oh yes, we couldn't take questions. Apparently it seemed everything we said, we've exhausted a lot of things. So Vaughn is coming up next for that.
Please appreciate them. Put your hands together for them. You know, it's amazing. Okay, so don't forget the social media thing. How many of you have done it? Okay, the group photo. Please come back to the group photo. I don't know if any of you have done the social media thing. Have you done that? Anybody who's tweeted or retweeted or shared? If you don't, let me see your hands up. Okay, nice, amazing. So continue to do that. Remember, it is at Boys Champion on Facebook, on Instagram, and then on Twitter as well. Don't forget to use the hashtag Shaping the Future or SCF 2022. Okay, we recognize the presence of all the students up there. Please say hi. Hi. Good. We didn't forget you. You're still part of us. Thank you.
Emory, I like the way you're dressing. You came as you are. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please a round of applause for them once again. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. We shall now introduce the St. Mulumba Secondary School students to this event we call Shaping the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause as they stream into the hall. The St. Mulumba Secondary School students are here.
Eddie and Felix, who were best of friends, were faced with the problem of accommodating each other's behavior. Eddie tries to lead Felix astray by trying to deceive him. Watch out and see what happens.
Felix, yes, look at, I've clocked 5,000 followers on Instagram. I'm not interested in this, please. Eddie, leave me. I want to study my book, please. I'm not interested. Felix, don't make me angry. Don't make me angry. Look at this thing now. This is what I'm meant to be doing on chemistry. Acid, base, and salt for now. Let's go home and study more. I've been telling you, I've not been understanding what this man has been teaching since. Then look at this thing. Follow me now. Come, let me teach you. No, I'm not interested. I have lesson at home now. You're not interested? Leave me now. I'll be going. I'm going. Eddie, I've warned you about drugs, Eddie. Eddie, stop it. Eddie, stop doing drugs. Eddie, I'm your friend, Eddie. Don't talk to me. You don't follow me on Instagram. You're telling me let us go and read chemistry. Follow me if you want me to join you and read chemistry. You're on your own.
Felix was interrupted by Eddie and his gang. They forced him to write the exams for them. Sit tight to get the details. 5 years later.
Williams, please, I don't know how to write these assignments, please. Taking me a lot of time to write this assignment. Please, can you help me? Eddie, what's the problem?
What's my problem?
Eddie, please.
Problem?
Please, excuse us. Please,
I
Eddie.
want to teach you how things are done. This is not what you wear in campus. These are rats. You need to join the society. You're just low class. You don't know what this is. You know what this is?
Eddie,
it
stop.
can cost you your fortune.
Eddie, stop this nonsense.
Me? Nonsense?
Stop this nonsense.
How is this nonsense? I'm trying to teach you the way. You need to learn. These are not clothes. These are rags.
I will not let you insult me from my friend.
Please. This is a bag of salt.
No, Williams.
A bag of salt.
Williams, just
You just a bag of salt.
I will not like this. Yes. I will not
You
like
know
this.
how much this is?
So Williams, let's go.
You know what this is?
Williams.
Not all this type of nonsense from you.
Shut up.
You can't do anything.
Let's just go.
Eddie and his friends dialogue on a girl in campus, Sandra, who Eddie lost for. He later laments on his low grades in school. Oh, this girl Sandra, hey, Jesus, see likes on Instagram.
See, this girl is not fine. This girl is not fine.
This girl is competing with Davido online.
No, this girl is not fine.
This girl is competing with Davido. Hey, Jesus. Imagine say I feel if I get this girl now, and snap it with her now, I'll be on Davido's level.
Leave this girl.
You get? Understand. She's not fine. Which one do you have? Shift. You don't have anyone that has saying this one is not fine. Don't get your own before you say this one is not fine. See, there's another thing I want to tell you. See, I checked my last semester results. My grades are not smiling. You're not even helping. You told me that if I join you, you will help me. See, my last semester results. Have you seen carryovers? You don't want me to graduate, eh? Will we remain here? Are we going to remain here?
No, we are not going to remain here. See that guy, Felix.
You are not
You see that guy, Felix?
Felix.
Yes.
Oh, the class rep.
Yeah, we are going to go to him.
Oh, Felix. Felix can help us. You write our exams for us.
Then I just find someone and give him.
Money is not a problem. Money is not a problem.
Yeah,
I run the campus now. Money is not a problem. See, tomorrow we'll go and meet the guy. Who is he? Who goes? Let's go. Tomorrow we'll meet him. Tomorrow things. No P. Felix is bent on the issue of Eddie and finds a new best friend, Williams. Eddie learns of this and mocks Felix along the road.
Williams, I just wrote my grades this semester and I'm not feeling so cool about it. What about you?
It's nice. I feel everything is okay. Nothing bad. I've just been serious and it's going well.
Like go this, sir.
Yeah, I'm doing well in my subjects.
Seriously?
This guy.
I'm doing better than you are taking me.
See fine girls. This campus says.
Jesus, I'm doing better.
This also like.
Better.
Like excelling through. Oh,
Eddie, what's the problem?
Why not they push front?
Is it because I don't want?
Now because then only me come this side. Oh, because my boy
Wait,
is there.
what are you feeling like?
What am I feeling like? I'm feeling like your boss. I'll pull up shirt off. She back. Now you're respecting yourself. Oh yeah. Carry this one and shit. Let me talk to this one. Come here. See, I came here to tell you, jejely. I came here in peace. Should I light cigar for you? I came here in peace. Now I came to tell you that you should just prepare a space. That you'll be writing my next semester exam. Are you hearing me? You don't have option. Just let you come and collect clothes and change. Come and collect money and change this your rag. Like you can change your wardrobe, yeah? Let you come and collect money. Do you even have bank account? Are you up to it? Then come, let's go. Better things. I will shut up.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this.
calm down.
I'm going to do this.
Just calm down.
what goes around comes around. Eddie, after experiencing some symptoms, meets his doctor to know the cause. Indeed, seeing is believing.
Nah, this cough, even cough syrup no dey help. Dog, this is na hospital, be na clinic.
Mr. Eddie, welcome. Sit.
Dog,
welcome.
Before you shake me, take permission from him. Take permission from him now.
I think your number one illness is bad guys like this. Hey, please leave the office. I'm going to call my security.
I say take me.
Hey. Leave the office.
I should leave the office.
Leave the office. Thank you.
Stay and listen with doctor. Dog. You don't tell.
You're welcome.
Dog, this your hospital. How many years?
Yeah. Thank you. Now,
why are you taking oxygen away?
Hey, your number one sickness is this.
Doctor, oxygen.
This is not oxygen. Why we call this an oxygen?
You are not seeing the smoke. That is oxygen.
This is just paper. Now, you're suffering from cirrhosis. Cirrhosis of the liver. Cirrhosis. Stop making noise.
See, I've been to the States and there's nothing like cirrhosis in their English.
Hey, let me just cut this short. Within the next 2 years, you're gonna die. That's the end. Got that?
See this one, we were on campus.
You came to me seeking for advice, and now you're telling me nonsense.
Doctor, is it midwife that you read in university?
Shit.
See, wait, let me tell you. See, I'm not a woman. See, I am a man.
I'm well aware of that.
You're well aware of that, and you're telling me that I'll die.
You're going to die.
Eddie, that runs the campus.
You take drugs.
The whole Unilag for me.
Alcohol. This piece of shit here. No, that's not good. So
even your own hospital safe, you need to see the chairs we are using.
Yeah, you can give me some money, so I can do some renovation.
See the problem with Nigeria, I should give you money, and you're telling me I'm going to die. Same person now die, I'll give you money.
You're going to die.
Please, don't even disturb me. See, you don't have the problem. You don't have the solution to my problem.
Sorry about
I'm
that.
not giving you money. Give me. See this one. You tell me that I'm going to die.
Well, you're going to die.
Go back to your hospital now. See, tell me that. Oh, now money. Do you need money?
Hey, Mr. Eddie, you are going to die.
Okay. See, I send the account number. Okay. But just make sure you go miss drug.
Okay, thank you.
Why did you come out? I've got too much drinks.
Your friend can be your enemy someday. A little misunderstanding arises between Eddie and Caesar, which causes them to part ways. Years later, Eddie finally realizes his mistakes and comes to his senses and melts with Felix to reconcile and ask for help. It is never too late to turn a new leaf. Snakes too shed their skin. Watch closely.
God, today was a great day. This hospital is stressing me out. I'm feeling rough. I'm feeling so rough. Oh God. Come in. Who's there? Eddie, what are you doing here? No, I don't want to listen to you. Please, just leave my office. I want you to leave my office. I mean, get out of my office. Get out. I mean, leave my office. You can't hear me. I mean, you should leave my office. After insulting me, you want... No, get out.
Just give me this thing here. Hear me out. Let's discuss.
You said a minute.
You know, we used to be good friends from childhood, but I I was turned away by campus life. I know I made a mistake and I regret it. I'm very sorry. All these are vanity. I discovered too late. And now the doctor said I'm having 0. I don't even understand. Doc, please, heal me, please. I don't think, see, I know I've wronged you in all aspects, but I think to err is man and to forgive is divine. Please, forgive me.
Eddie, you made me God. Eddie, you destroyed my life. Eddie, I hate you.
Doc, it was out of...
You made me look like a dog.
That was what they told me in university was like, you have to be the dog and I have to be the master. I'm so sorry. It was just university life. Please, forgive me. I'm so sorry. Forgive me.
I loved you as a friend.
Yes, I know. I'm here to make amends, Doc.
I warned you. Change your ways, Eddie.
Doc, just forgive me, please. All my business, all my drugs, everything has crashed. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. In fact, I've been disowned by my dad. Please forgive me. I believe that you can find this place, a place in your heart to forgive me, Doc. Please. I'm so sorry. Please.
These were two friends who had the same opportunity in life. We as youths have the same opportunity too. We all have to make ample use of the time we have. We have to make the right decisions. We have to know the kind of friends we follow, which is the most important. Drug abuse is a social vice that has haunted our youths and our country at large. We have to say no to that. Also, we have to remain faithful in every decision we take. We have to remain immovable. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we give them a resounding round of applause. They have done well, and I'm sure you enjoyed it. That man, that young boy, the actor, please, not the boy, who was said to be dying in the next 2 years, I think he truly has some cough. Honestly, because the way he was coughing showed that he may be needing a doctor any moment from now. Well, thank you very much. We are going to have another show, but this time within a very short space of time. And I want to welcome the group that we call Adanta Troupe. They are coming for a performance within a jiffy. Please give them a welcoming round of applause as they come into the stage to take control of matters. I want to once again thank the boys champions for creating a wave in Nigeria. This is a great wave. I have not seen anything organized apart from political gatherings that enjoyed this mammoth crowd. Please put your hands together to encourage them more. The conference, Shaping the Future Conference 2022 in Nigeria. I do hope that Noah will find the heart to organize this again in Nigeria next year. But he's shaking his head. But I know whether it's positive or negative, something will be organized to attract these young people and influence their lives. Thank you so much indeed. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Adanta Troupe, they are here.
Where's high five?
Yeah. I am enjoying myself. Are you enjoying yourself? Put a round of applause for yourself and for the dancers. No matter how you love these dancing skills, practice it with caution. Otherwise, you go to orthopedic anytime. All right. Once again, I am grateful to boys champions for this very exciting moment of my life. And I know you are also going through that. We are going to get something, but let me tell you, Mr. Ozibo left here to bring in Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you. And let me assure you, any moment from now, he will be coming in. If I give instruction that if he comes in, nobody should say anything, will you obey? All right, no problem. Please yourself and be happy always. But then we shall go into a plenary before he comes in. Let me now tell you that the next topic we are going to discuss is ethical leadership, conflict prevention, and peace building. Within the 45 minutes we have now, hoping that Mr. Peter Obi will not come in within that time, I want to invite a very ace radio broadcaster, a fine speaker, and also an authoritative anchor on Radio Nigeria. I want to invite Mr. Von Wadukwe to come as a moderator. Give him the round of applause he deserves. He will take care of the rest and introduce his persons he's going to work with. Thank you, Mr. Von Wadukwe. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Some of you may not know that Mr. Aka Ezaka happens to be my boss at the office. But today we are friends. Good afternoon, everyone, again. So it feels different sitting down here right now. and walking up and down, and it feels a lot different sitting down here. But I'm glad to be here this afternoon. I'm sure that in the next 45 minutes, it's going to be as interesting as the previous panels had been. Now, many opinions have it that the heart of the problem bedeviling Nigeria and other developing nations, like ours, is leadership. And when they say leadership, it's at all levels of it. And, leadership goes beyond just being number one on the list. Most times when you have a group of persons gathered together and they say who's your leader, it's the person's name that's usually written at the top of that list. But it goes beyond that. Leadership is directed by respect for ethical beliefs and values and for the dignity and rights of others. It is thus related to concepts such as trust, honesty, consideration, charisma, and fairness. And without these elements, it is believed that all facets of development cannot be actualized, and development also thrives in an environment devoid of conflicts where peace thrives. Are these elements present in the leadership patterns we have experienced in Nigeria? How can we, through this pattern of leadership, avoid all manner of conflicts that have affected us and help to develop our communities? I'm not going to be alone. As usual, there will be panelists who will be joining me on the stage right now. I guess I'm intimidated by the charisma and capabilities of those who will be joining me on this platform. Please make welcome retired General Chris Eze to please join me on stage. Put your hands together for him. The MC had tried to, do a bit of introduction for him earlier on, but when he sits down, we'll pass the mic to him to do another, introduction for himself, this time from his own point of view. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. Please, a round of applause for him again, retired General Eze. Usually I don't like adding retired to military men, because once a general, always a general. You're welcome. Also joining me on stage this afternoon is Basi Ephraim. Put your hands together for Basi Ephraim. Basi is a young person like me, and Basi will also be introducing himself when he sits down. That applause was not interesting enough. Please make him welcome, encourage him. Thank you very much. Okay, the last but not the least is a man who sat here all morning. He came here before most of us, and he's been very patient since he was here in the morning. He's Cardinal John Onaikon. He will be joining us in just a jiffy. So I would like the gentlemen who are here already to just tell the people who you are, and in the same breath also what your concept of leadership is. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Major General Chris Eze, retired. I'm the immediate past High Commissioner of Nigeria to India. To be given that appointment, I was a member of APC. But when I came back and saw what APC is doing, I resigned from APC and joined Labour Party. And when I resigned, I sent my letter of resignation to a copy to Mr. Peter Obi, His Excellency, and I was amazed. Within 20 minutes, he responded and acknowledged and thanked me for joining him. So I am amongst the millions of Nigerians that are hoping and praying that he will become the president. Because when I speak on the subject, I will hold that the presidency has a very, very big job to do in bringing ethical leadership and making it spread to other factors of our national life. I was trained at the Nigerian Defense Academy and the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, and I retired as the Chief of Policy and Plans at Army Headquarters. That was in 2006, it's 16 years ago. that I retired. But as the bishop said, Bishop Ona, who incidentally is from the next village to mine, I've tried to keep my body functional and also to keep my brain alive by reading as much as I can. This is the former chairman of my local government. I was his camp commandant in 1987. See how time flies. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Okay, so Mr. Bassi.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ephraim Bassi Emma, and I work for an organization called the United States Institute of Peace, USIP, and I co-lead one of our peace-building programs in Northeast Nigeria. I am also a peace-building scholar practitioner, so I write pieces, literature on peace-building. I also publish on the topic, but I do so from a lens that I call a combination of theory and practice. So I am a development worker, I'm a humanitarian, also one who considers himself to be a systems thinker. And yes, I'm a Kroc scholar with the University of Notre Dame in the US when I first met Noel. And so I'm happy to be here. So just to delve into the question.
Okay, just hold on a bit. His Eminence has just got back. So let's reintroduce and welcome on stage His Eminence John Cardinal Onaiyekan. Put your hands together for him. Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so I don't think His Eminence needs any introduction, does he? Does he need a form of introduction? You want him to tell you a bit about himself? Okay, so I'll let His Eminence do that right away.
Thank you very much, Von. I thought Von means voice of Nigeria. I'm Onaiyekan. Thank you. I'm Onaiyekan John. I'm the Cardinal. I have been Archbishop of Abuja for about 30 years now. Now, no more in direct charge of the Archdiocese, but I'm still quite busy for whatever energy I have. I continue to spend it for the same things until the end comes. I am a retired Archbishop of Abuja.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so our plenary session is on ethical leadership, conflict prevention, and peace building. We have 45 minutes to do that. I guess we've spent 5 minutes out of the 45. So let's look at the concept of leadership first and foremost. I would like to start with retired General Eze. You know, you're a military man. You've been in charge at the military high command as well. You've also represented Nigeria internationally. That's massive leadership on your shoulder there. You know, so what's your concept of leadership before we delve into ethical leadership?
Well, the concept of leadership as conventionally we understand it and also as defined in the dictionary is the responsibility, the position you find yourself in managing whatever you lead, and that involves getting the group to setting the goals for the organization, and then getting the group to work together to meet those goals. That is the way I would define leadership in a very short manner. Now, so that I don't have to go back to ethical leadership, and other people can talk about it when they come. You defined the characteristics, the qualities that an ethical leader should have. Trust, both which will make him to work with those who are assigned to relate with those who are assigned to work with him based on their own competence rather than on other parameters like considerations like, for instance, the tribe they come from or the exclusive group that they come from, you know. And trust also means that the group that he's leading has to have trust in him. I think it has been variously said by many people, including Mr. Obi himself, that the trust deficit is at the root of the problem that we have in Nigeria. I think Mr. Frank Nweke also alluded to that, you know, and then you have to have honesty. Corruption is a very big problem in Nigeria. If you are not an honest person and you come and you say that you want to fight corruption, people, when you are pointing one finger, 4 fingers will be pointing back at you and nobody will believe you. Now, he also talked about fairness. All the problems, many of the problems that we have in Nigeria arise because some people feel that they are not included, that there is the feeling of inclusiveness is lacking in our place, whether it is tribal or whether it is ethnic or whether it is gender-based, you know. So if you are a fair-minded leader, you will give everybody what is due to him in that polity. Now, the other one is charisma. Or rather, before I talk about charisma, let me talk about consideration. You know, consideration and fairness are closely related. You know, so consideration will say that you value the interests of the collective more than your own personal interests. Many of the things that we are facing in Nigeria arise from selfishness at elite levels. You know, so if you value consideration, then you will know that what is good for the goose is good for the gander, like they say, and that everybody has an equal stake in the endowments of the country that you are managing. Then you have charisma. I don't know how many of you bother to read the history of the Second World War, but if you do, you will see that Neville Chamberlain, who was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom at the start of the war, that when Germany overran France in 1940, the morale in the UK was very low. So it was when Churchill came in that, because of his charismatic leadership, the English now did what they thought was impossible. And then the rest is history. And so you need a charismatic leader. And charisma involves many things. It involves inspiring people. When the name of Peter Obi was mentioned, there was enthusiastic reception, right? Even those who have not seen him in the flesh, who have the opportunity to see him today, are inspired by him. Many from what they read about him in cyberspace or on social media, not to talk of when you now interact personally with him. It also means communication. You should be able to, no matter how good the intentions that you have are, you must communicate them to people. And that is why those who do not have the power of, you don't have to be an orator to be a good communicator. What you have to do is that whatever you are saying, you must understand it first, you know, so that you don't just come and be parroting maxims to people, or you are going to do this and you are going to do that. And if you are asked to define what you are to explain what you are to do, once you remove your eyes from the script that has been prepared for you, then you can no longer communicate. Okay. I think this young lady that made a presentation to us, I have not seen anybody that communicates as much as she did, and in the political sphere, you all heard Frank Nweke. That is, and everybody sees Peter Obi He doesn't speak with scripts, you know, so, and he's going to speak to us today. Okay? Now, another thing is in Nigeria, even outside of that charisma, you must have political will. Because to repair this country, you have to step on so many toes. If you do not have the political will, you are not going to succeed. If, as we pray, Peter Obi wins the election, we know what happens in Nigeria. A president takes his budget to the National Assembly, you know, and then we are told that that the president's liaison to the National Assembly have to see the legislators in the night with packages and all that. That's what we have been told. So if he comes and he's somebody, he told us, you know, when he was in Anambra State, how he fought against that. But if he goes in now with the Labour Party and rules Nigeria that has so many different tribes and so many different ways of looking at life, I hope and pray that when he begins to discipline them, that they are going to understand that it's for the good of Nigeria rather than that the good of Nigeria is more important than that. So if he has political will, which he has displayed, it is going to help him.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So
Thank you very much. Okay, let me use this one. So, Mr. Bassi Ephraim, I wouldn't let you define leadership because I think General Eze have done, you know, a deep justice to that as well. So, in Nigeria, what have we seen as regards to leadership and ethical leadership?
Okay, so I'm going to take this question from the perspective of being a young person.
Okay.
And trying to create much more context in terms of trying to look at what the future looks like. If we are talking about ethical leadership, you are asking or you are saying it's important that we have leadership that's people-focused or people-centered. You are asking that we are saying leadership should focus on solving real-life problems. You are saying leadership should be participatory. You're saying leadership should be inclusive. You're saying leadership should be systemic. Now, saying all of these things, it's important that as young people, and I like that the first panel really laid the foundation in terms of trying to help us understand how education shapes leadership and how it helps shape society. If we have to change the trajectory of the country, it's important that we all get engaged. Engagement in itself as young people is a form of leadership. You cannot change something that you don't understand how it works. You cannot change something that you do not even recognize exists. So if we are saying we want to focus on building a country that works for every one of us, then it's important that we recognize ourselves as agents of change and are part of that process of change. Saying that, I also want to highlight the importance of even recognizing the power in our agency. So the Colonel highlighted something on charisma, on having a persona that is very persuasive. If you're a leader and you do not even understand that you have the power and the will to transform society, then it is not easy for us to fall in line as followers. So, as young people, it's important that we change our mindsets. There is need for reorientation. Gone are the days when we say it's not our business. And one time I got engaged in a conversation with someone very recently, and he says, oh, you like talking about peace, 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 peace. And he says, it's not my business. I said, you think it's not your business because it's not in your doorstep yet. But do you realize now that the discussion around security has changed? What do we say now? Security is what? Everybody's what?
Business, yeah.
Is everybody's responsibility. In the past, I always asked, was it everybody's responsibility? No, it was because some people thought it was left for a particular set of people. Now, we need not to be in that category where we say it is not our concern. If we must change society, if leadership is ethical, it must recognize that it needs to carry everybody along. And that includes laying the platform that enables everybody to be part of influencing change. And I'm saying this not because only because we're getting into an election season. I'm saying this because when we talk about the future leaders of tomorrow, and they say the youth are, I mean, we are the leaders of today and we are the leaders of tomorrow. The future is you, the future is me. I am the future, you are the future. So, it is important that we are not making the same mistakes, or we are not doing the same paths that has led us to where we are as a country now. It's important that as young people we are focusing, trying to be innovative. The world is getting dynamic, and part of the idea of being an ethical leader is your dynamism. How are you adapting to change? How are you ensuring that you are working as a leader of an organization, as a teacher, as a student? How are you trying to make sure that you are engaged in transforming and adjusting or adapting your institution or the organization that you manage to the current realities that shape the world? So that is where I would leave it at now. And when we get into, hopefully, we'll get deeper into the conversation.
Okay, I think I took away something quite very important. For leadership to work, we all have to get involved in the process, because you cannot change what you do not understand. That's very lovely. Your Eminence, apparently we somehow theoretically know everything about leadership. You know, we've seen people contest elections and they come up with beautiful policies and plans for the country that never gets translated into actions, you know, that touch people's lives directly. And you see a lot of scholars expound a lot of knowledge on what we need to do to change our country. What seems to be the problem with leadership in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me congratulate the boys champions for being able to bring together this kind of occasion, bringing this kind of large number of young people together. It is important. And if this happens in many places, it will create a critical mass of young people who are really sincerely interested in not just letting things remain the way they are. So congratulations to you, Noel, and all your friends. One of the panelists helped me out of a problem I had from the word go when I got your letter. These boys champions. I was asking myself, where are the girls? But that we needed girls champions too. But he has explained to me that the focus is on let the men be real men. And a real man doesn't maltreat a woman. When a husband begins to beat his wife, what has he proved? That he's stronger? That's not the place to do that. If you want to prove how strong you are, then engage another man. Then we know you are strong. So if it is right, if you can get the boys well trained to respect themselves and respect their sisters, just like they, I hope, love and respect their mothers, a lot of these gender issues will take a different shape. Mr. Vaughan, I'm not sure whether I will eventually answer your question, but let us talk around the issue of leadership. There are all kinds of leadership, you know. Even among a gang of robbers, there is a leader, isn't there? And the bandits up in the northeast, they have their leaders, in fact, who are now even well known. So well known that even the government can't do anything to them, much to our embarrassment and surprise. So the question is not so much leadership, but leadership for what? And the direction of leadership will depend on the concept of leadership with which you operate. We have been having leaders in Nigeria now. They have been leading, but we now know they have not been leading us in the right direction. And so the question to be asked now, why is it that leadership has been emerging and somehow we are not been getting the right results. And here, before I even go to that, on the youth, Bishop Professor Ona said what actually made him suspend his pastoral visit to come here is because of the aspect of meeting the youth. It was the same reason which made me accept your friend's invitation, Father Emmanuel Ojefo, to come to this occasion because I'm going to meet young people. Again, the concept of youth, especially in terms of politics in Nigeria, it seems that we are not taking it, we are almost in many areas quite amnesty. We have an amnesia, forgetfulness. It is my feeling that the first major politicians we had in Nigeria, those people now whom we now look and think that they were ancestors, Azikiwe, Awolowo, Ahmadu Bello, from my own reading of the history, they were all young people. They were all young people, straight from university. They happened to have trained, most of them abroad. So they were young people. And if you fast forward, the events of 1966, which has made a major impact on the life of our country, for 30 full years of military rule. Who were those who led that whole movement? Ojukwu was in his early 30s. Gowon was not married. He was 31 years old. And the boys around them who did the thing, where many of them were in their late 20s. My governor in the then North Central State, it was called, Bamiboye, was only 28 years old. This was the young people who took action. Did they take the right action or the wrong action? I think we should be able to fall back now and read the history and at least learn how youth should not obey, how youth action should not be. But it will at least tell us that the youth can move things. Don't wait till you are 50 or even till you are 40. It might be getting late. I was a bishop already at 38. And I didn't see myself as a small boy. One text of St. Paul that I always loved was, let nobody look down on you because you are young. Paul was telling Timothy, who was a young boy, well, I am now 78 and I am not foolish to think I'm still a small boy. I'm an old man now. But what it means with me is that when I see my young Reverend Father who is 25, 30, I don't look on him as a small boy anymore. I know when I was your age, this is where I was. I had a sense of dignity, leadership. People were calling me father. My own father was calling me father. Yes, and we took it seriously that people are calling me father. That means I'm expected to be their father, even though I have a number of years are not so much. So there is something there about leadership which comes with God's own. It's God who determines and gives it. Don't think that, we should not think that this whole thing works only in terms of religion. There's such a thing as leadership quality. Gift of leadership. Students, God bless all of you. We all remember when we were in secondary school, our former minister Nweke Jr. I'm still to meet Nweke Senior. But he told us he left school in 82. You left secondary school in 82 in Maduguri. I left St. Michael's Secondary School Aliede, not too far from here, Benue State, in 1962. In the school, we already had leadership. The Reverend Father, we were in a Catholic school. Holy Ghost fathers run the schools. Already from 1, you have a prefect in the class. And he was expected to lead. We learned how to lead our peers.
Okay.
We learned how to lead our peers. At the end year, 1962, final year, we had a head boy who spoke and whom we respected, but who also took his responsibility seriously.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Eminence. So probably you are alluding to the fact that maybe the problem with getting quality and effective leadership in Nigeria is the fact that all of us feel...
Let's summarize.
Okay.
Let me summarize, but I wanted us to broaden this question.
Yeah.
But if we are talking about political leadership of Nigeria, then let's know that we are talking of a specific level of leadership. And that specific level of leadership requires, they have mentioned already, it requires honesty, it requires focus. From a religious point of view, and I'm doing maybe the more religious among the three of us, yeah, it is clearly religiously based that a leader of human beings must know that he is leading for God, in God's name, because only God has a right to control and command human beings. No human being has a right to control other human beings, because each human being is made in the image and likeness of God and has God given dignity, freedom. When we gather together for the purposes of getting things working, we do end up having somebody to lead us. But when we acknowledge somebody to lead us, we have not abdicated our dignity and our freedom to him to do whatever he likes with us. And one of the problems with leadership in Nigeria is the moment we vote them in, we relax and say, let them do whatever they like, as if we have already abdicated our dignity to them. So that is where the religious angle comes in. It was very clear in our traditional religion. And today, the lack of it and the fact that leaders are operating in a way that they claim immunity and they try and do whatever they like and they insist on revealing whether they are doing well or not, is because we have not accepted the spiritual base of human leadership. Add on to that what Jesus himself added. Remember this story when Jesus was telling his apostles, among the pagans, their rulers lord it over them. Among you, it must not be so, because the leader among you must be the servant of all. How do you apply that to Nigeria? Are the rulers in Nigeria operating like those whom Jesus described as the pagans who lord it over their subjects?
Well, we don't have all Christian leaders in Nigeria, though.
And this has nothing to do so that we can be powerful, and with political power, you can make money, you can do whatever you like. Of course, we'll continue to roll around where we are.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Eminence. Thank you. General Leze, I picked a lot of things from what he said, part of which is the fact that a leader cannot lead in isolation. There has to be followers. And if the followers are not following well, then that means the leader is not either leading well, or there's a problem somewhere. So where do we all, as citizens of Nigeria, come in the picture of getting right ethical leadership to avoid conflicts that will divide us like we're seeing today?
Well, I think that the people who designed the democracy, starting from Benjamin Franklin or going back, to the Magna Carta and all that, I think they took cognizance of the biblical saying that the heart of man is evil. And then because of that, they designed their checks and balances. Our problem, just like His Eminence says, is that we abdicate our responsibility in the public political space. And by the way, we're stressing leadership at the political level because we know the circumstances in which we find ourselves. Our institutions are weak, and anybody that you ask, including Frank Weke here, he says that our problem is leadership. And he was talking about our problem, and when he finishes talking about our problem is leadership, he says, when I become governor, this is what I'm going to do. Because a governor and the president have executive powers, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the Nigerian Constitution has given such powers to the president that even if you have ethical leadership in other fields of endeavor, there's virtually little that you can do except if you now have an ethical leader there, which I will argue we have not had since at least the death of Murtala. Let me put it that way. I think that when Yar'Adua came, we had some glimpse of it. So I will boldly say that we have had false dawns, promises of good leadership, and then I don't know whether they were overwhelmed by our institutions or whether they themselves deliberately sabotage the institutions where we are now. One can plausibly argue that we have very little ethical leadership. And that's why I started with, I mentioned Peter Obi, not because he is coming here, but because he has a past which everybody can scrutinize, and then we can extrapolate from that past to the future. Now, back to your question, what can we all contribute to changing the situation? That's your question.
Yes, yeah.
Well, the first one is what is already happening, potentially happening, which is to say that somebody has come on to unleash a dynamic where for the first time in Nigeria we are entertaining the possibility of a man winning the presidential election without giving shishi. No, so then they talk. Good. So the first thing that we need to do is to demonetize our politics. If we do not demonetize our politics, we are not going to get anywhere. And that demonetization of the politics is going to start with this experiment. Because if this experiment fails, God forbid, the lesson that everybody is going to learn from it is that is a quixotic approach to politics. I don't know how many of us have read Don Quixote by Cervantes here. But Quixote wrote the book of people charging at windmills. So this is actually an existential election for us. So, and the youth is here. It is the youth that is going to be at the vanguard of this endeavor by evangelizing others, by showing, by example, that they reject that monetization, they reject thuggery, they reject everything, and then bringing pressure to bear on the other institutions, which have complementary roles to play in the election, like the security services and the INEC. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So one is encouraged. Look at the currency change, for instance. It is said that the currency change is aimed at reducing the probability of vote buying. I think that is what Mr. President himself said. Okay. And also look at the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS. So all of us are here, and it is still the youth and all the people at all segments of society that are taken by bosses to certain campaign rallies because they are paid to go and give the appearance of legitimacy to people whom they know should not be there at all. You understand? So we start from this election. If we get this election right, we are going to set a precedent that if you do not do well in government, you will be voted out. You know? So, and Mr. Nweke was a minister, and he was in government at Enugu State, and I'm sure that he knows that that paradigm shift that I'm talking about now was not there. This is the time that we're about to start. Thank you. So the job, it starts with the youth. They did that in Zambia, they did that in Tanzania, they did that in Malawi, they did that in Lesotho. All right? So if the president comes, so what people can do. Okay. So let me start with the president. If he leads well, then he is going to be the role model, and other people down the line will copy him. Then, or will take a dressing from him, as we say in the army. Military, yeah. Then leaders in other aspects of our national life, be they public or private, religious, professional bodies, whatever, students, organizations, and all that, you know, I think they will follow suit and then inculcate ethical leaderships at their own level, and then the result will be the rebuilding of the institutions which is the state personified, and then we'll have a better society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, please pass it to Mr. Bassi. So young persons are the forefront of the change that we seek. You are a young person. Do you think the young people of today are ready for that change? I would like you to answer that in just 60 seconds so we can get to the audience for a few questions and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you so much. You asked me the question I'm going to ask the audience.
Okay.
Young people, do we think we are ready to take our society back? Please go out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I don't know if there are people who have questions in the audience about taking our country back, having ethical leadership to prevent conflicts and build peace in our communities. I would really like if there are those in the gallery who have questions. Could you come down? The mic may not be able to get there very quickly. Just one or two persons. Just one or two persons very quickly, and then we'll give them a sense of belonging because they've been part of this audience, but somehow they will not be able to participate directly. So someone is coming down. Someone is coming down. Yes. They'll hand the mic over to you quickly so you ask your questions as briefly as possible.
Thank you, the panelists. My question will be broad-based, as I may have to direct the question to a politician, in the sense of the word as being a politician, Frank Nweke Jr. It's not in the panelists, that's why I said it will be broad-based. While we stepped out to take a photograph at the Green Pub outside, the Shaping the Future conference banner that was put out was falling. And then I made a very simple joke. I said the future we are trying to shape is already falling. Now, that implies that at this point, I do not think that those above the age of 56 do have, in quotes, the moral rectitude to advise the young generation when it connects politics at this point in time. The case is, they have failed us and woefully. They had all the opportunity to transform this country and they did not. I will be asking Frank specifically and then direct the next question on leadership to His Eminence. His Excellency, please. Please, Frank, as a prospective governor of Enugu State, in your ideology, what do you think is the most basic issue concerning political structure in Nigeria? At every turn in time, when politicians make campaigns, they make these campaigns on ethical basis, on ethnic and tribalistic tensions that fires up the youths. We seem to like that. This person is from my side. What is the church doing? I know the church would say that they have put up a lot of written arguments. They have advised the people. They have released communiques. They have advised us to pray for peaceful, fair, transparent elections, this is not enough, in my opinion.
Okay,
The church transparently has the largest body of followers. The church can mandate. When I use the word mandate, I mean the church can say, this person is credible, vote for him. In Latvia, this experiment is practical. 76% of the people living in Latvia are Catholics, and they control the voting system. Not that the church imposes on them who to vote. So I'm asking His Eminence, here in Nigeria, is that practicable?
Why hasn't the church done
Is that practicable?
Okay. So Mr. Frank will answer your question very quickly, and then His Eminence will also respond. Okay, the second question, please give him.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to ask this if His Excellency Peter was here, but I can as well throw it open now, since I don't know if you have another opportunity for questions. So everyone has been talking about the need to participate in politics and then, try to elect good leaders. Leadership has been the song here since we came. So sometime last week, or last 2 weeks, His Excellency Peter was asked a question. He was asked, how do we deal with the issue of the commission that is responsible for helping us elect a leader? I mean INEC now. And he gave a response that he's a player in the field, that he doesn't like to talk about referees. So personally, that was the first time I disagreed with any P2B answer. So and I'm asking, if you're a player and you don't want to talk about the referees, have you forgotten that the referees have the final say? Because you can score a goal and the referee will decide and say it's not a goal. So if you transmit it to our elections here, what can we do practically? Because it's a challenge. For me, I think INEC is the greatest challenge we have in this election. What can we do practically to address this issue of our electoral system not interfering with the choice of the people? Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't think we have time enough for a lot of questions.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. But you could continue to engage with us on socials. There are people who respond to you on our social media platforms.
That's they said last one. Okay, my question goes like this. Like just somebody said something yesterday when I was in a vehicle. He said that the governor said Enugu State is in the hand of God, but now it's no longer true that Enugu State is in the hand of Fulanis. Why do I say such? Can we move forward in a society whereby there's no unity? For example, now we're talking about education as a lead to every society. Now, the people in head don't value education. Let me not mention anybody, but let me use it metaphorically. That the leader of a country who doesn't value education, and how can people under have the access there? Is it not when there is a demarcation? Like some are against education, while some value it. But reverse was the case, that those that don't value it is now on top. Now, not giving us access for those that value to come on top, then how can that success be achieved?
Okay, thank you very much. That's the last question. Mr. Frank, you have the floor. Let's quickly pass the mic to him so that he can answer the question. Yes, briefly.
I just hope understood the question that the gentleman asked. Can you help me rephrase it? The biggest problem with politics in Nigeria, the way we practice politics. First of all, thank you so much to the panelists for the excellent insights that you have provided. If I may just preface my response, just a brief comment on the matter of leadership. And I want to say that leadership of any kind, at any level, whether it's in a family, any leadership, no matter the sector, no matter the industry, if that leadership does not in some way catalyze some form of improvement in the human condition, whether it's in a church, whether it's in a home, whether it's in the military, whether it's at the societal level at large, there is no basis whatsoever for such a position or such an individual to be called a leader. And I say this because there is always the problem of mistaking a position of authority as a position of leadership. the fact that you're in a position of authority does not make you a leader. What makes you a leader is what you do with that position. I just thought I might make that contribution. Now, I'm afraid I'm not going to sound very different from the very eminent panel that we have. The problem with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of political leadership. I reiterated earlier that it is the quality of your political leadership that determines the outcome in your private sector. It is the quality of your political leadership. The people that make the policies, that design the programs, they are the ones that determine the exchange rate of your naira. It is the quality of political leadership that determines the integrity of your electoral outcomes. Whether elections are free and fair, whether it is participatory, whether it is inclusive, whatever you want to call it, it depends on the quality of political leadership. I found it very interesting a few days ago, some reportage that was attributed to the national chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, national chairman of the APC, Alhaji Adamu Abdullahi, where he was saying that, well, he's come from somewhere and that they know that there's no network service, and therefore that this BVAS thing, they don't want it, this electronic transmission thing, they don't want it, and stuff like that. You want to take us back to Egypt? We're not going anywhere. We're not going back to Egypt. And what is about to happen will be the first time in our electoral history where credible elections will take place. Okay. The outcome is in your hands. Okay. It's in the hands of the people here. Okay. And let me just say one last thing. Please. I saw the gentleman who said, oh, what is the church doing? What is the church doing? What is this person doing? What are you doing? If you decide to sell your votes, is the cardinal going to follow you into a boot? Is the bishop going to follow you into a boot? Will anybody follow you to where you're going to go and vote? When you go to market to go and sell something, you take a good or something that you want to sell, some merchandise you want to sell. When you take it to the market and you say you want to sell this and I come and buy it from you, when I have bought it from you, the thing I bought from you, won't I go home with it? When you sell your votes to the politician for one packet of Indomie or for 500 naira or for 1,000 naira, the man has carried the vote and he has taken off because you sold it. Asha and then Rashi. Once you've done that, that's the end of it. So you have yourself to blame. There's only so much the church can do. There's only so much I can do. I've done what I can do. I'm submitting myself to scrutiny. I'm submitting myself to vetting. I'm submitting myself to questioning. If you find me credible, vote for me.
Thank you,
if you don't find me credible, vote for someone else. That's what we can do. But you must do your part, which is to vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very beautiful contribution. Your Eminence, can the church really influence, how people vote, the voting patterns of the public? Can the church influence that? Should the church influence that, actually?
Well, first you must define what do you mean by church under those circumstances. If by church you are talking about the Catholic Bishops' Conference, we have our specific role. But if you ask me what is the church, then the Catholic Bishops' Conference is not the church. The church in Nigeria, and the church, we are talking of Catholic Church in Nigeria, are all the members of the church, including any of you here who are Catholics. You are the church. But when this church is so big with different membership, and we have a division of labor within that church, that is why in the area of giving directives, spiritual guidance, and prayer, the clergy takes responsibility to reach out to the people. But when it comes to going into the battle, political battle, we expect people like Eze and others like him, who are also, I don't know, I presume you are a Catholic, we expect them to be church there in those arena. So don't ask, I'm glad the person who asked the question actually listed out what the church has done, that is, and what the church can do. And we are trying our best to do it. I think I'm in a position to say clearly that the bad government we have had in this country, we have consistently opposed them that they are doing the wrong thing. If they had listened to us, we will not be where we are today. Give me any communique we wrote that says the rubbish and the corruption that has been happening is the right thing to do. We have always pointed out where politicians, political leadership have got it wrong, and we have kept asking them to do the right thing. Okay. To the extent that the Catholic Bishops' Conference was seen by many regimes as always, we always considered as if we are the opposition. Of course, for as long as the thing is not doing well, we oppose it. The final question, I imagine that answered the question that the church should give mandate to somebody. I don't know what you have in mind. Maybe you think that the church should now say, since Obi is a good Catholic, we all should now tell every Catholic, go and vote Obi. I'm afraid you will not hear that from us. Not in Nigeria. And you cannot quote other countries in this regard. You can't quote Poland. In Poland was all Catholic. You can't quote Philippines. Philippines was all Catholic. Cardinal Sin in the Philippines was an institution. When it comes to when it comes to political strategy for the winning of power, the rules of politics must be allowed to go to have its play. Okay. In fact, it would be counterproductive if we were to come out publicly to endorse one particular candidate. Because even if all Catholics voted for that person, that doesn't give him the victory. Don't forget there are many Christians who are not Catholics.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
And the issue is, we should go back. Every politician should go onto the field. The important thing is insisting on, let there be a level playing field during the campaigns. Let the elections be done without violence and fully, and let the results be correctly announced.
Thank you very much.
Then we shall be happy.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for His Eminence, John Cardinal Onaiyekan. Thank you very much for being a part of this panel. Mr. Bassey Ephraim, thank you very much for being part of this panel. And of course, Retired General Chris Eze, thank you very much for being part of this panel. And thank you guys for listening. Thank you very much. You guys were amazing. Thank you.
They will take a picture, but they sure deserve a round of applause from the young people who are here, especially. Please take a picture. That somebody is coming to do that. The general should smile. Soldiers don't smile, but I permit you to do so now. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Von Waduko for an excellent job. Thank you so much indeed for moderating. Bassey Ephraim, we're grateful to you. The retired general, I salute you. Cardinal, may God bless you. Thank you, my Lord. Thank you. Boys champions, thank you so much. I have been an MC on several occasions, but not once have I seen this great patience shown by young people who are not disturbed by the length of time they have spent here. It must not be taken for granted. We want to thank you so much. Mr. Peter Obi has shown his humility once again by asking for your forgiveness that he will still be here, that he was delayed in Calabar for coming here. That's what we are getting. That was why he has spent this time. But in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, he will be here. He still assures that. So thank you so much. We are going to go into we'll take thank you. We are going to use a particular program to wait for him. Otherwise, it is his time now. We are going to Emiloko? Okay. All right, thank you very much. That's the only Yoruba word I understand these days. Okay, awards will be presented to some noble persons who have been instrumental to the success of Boys Champions. May I now call on the founder, Boys Champions, Mr. Noel Ifeanyi Alomona to come forward for this moderation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Aka. Over time, we have continued to enjoy the support of different people, different organizations. We have our different partners from the United States, UK, and a whole lot of other places. And we can't be thankful to them enough. We're very grateful to them. We have also decided on this day to recognize people who are making great impacts in the society. So we have different categories of award, and one of those awards is under, the Boys Champions Peace Award. And I am happy to announce to you that there is no other person whom we deemed fit for this award other than one man who has inspired many through his organization. He has an organization like myself, and what he does with that organization is to develop peace builders across Nigeria, across Africa. And I'm talking about no other person but His Eminence Cardinal John Onaiyekan. So please, may I have the honor to call on him to come forward to, on the stage. And I also wish to take this moment to invite my former local government chairman, who is here. This is one of the persons who has inspired me over time, and his humility is second to none. It may interest you to know that I never invited him, but he made it to this event. So you can imagine that. So thank you very much, Dr. Godwin Aboying, for being here, for coming here to support us. And I also want to invite my beautiful wife-to-be to actually come here and stand here on the stage with us while we offer the award. Dr. Chineye, please. Please put your hands together for her. Yeah? Okay, please. The team. Your Eminence, this side. So, the cardinal does not need any introduction. In case you are wondering what organization he owns, that's Cardinal Onaiyekan Foundation for Peace. Well known all over and across Africa and across the world. And what Cardinal has done over time, building peace, interreligious dialogue, and what have you around peace building has been enormous. And we cannot but appreciate him enough using this award. Okay, yeah.
Boys Champions Peace Award presented to Cardinal John Onaiyekan by Boys Champions Foundation of the 2022 Shaping the Future Conference holding here in Enugu. Congratulations, Your Eminence. It was only when we were sitting here that I heard that this thing is going to happen. And I want to thank you and those who work with you for giving this honor to me because of the work of my foundation. And the work is going on. And there are young people largely involved in it. So since this is an audience of young people who are IT savvy, if you want to know about my foundation, just go online. We have a very active website, either COFP, COF Foundation, or fully Cardinal Onaiyekan Foundation for Peace. The whole idea is to tackle the middle level of interreligious dialogue, because I was convinced that on the top, people see Onaiyekan and the Sultan moving around, and they say, oh, the elders, the leaders have agreed. In the bottom, in the market, Wuse market, Christians and Muslims are doing their business together without any quarrel. It is in the middle that the problem is, especially the middle level religious leaders, pastors and imams. And we are targeting that level so that we can live in peace under one God. And that will bring us the prosperity that God himself has ready for us. Thank you very much, Noel. Thank you very much, Baba, for giving me this. And may God bless your effort and the intentions of the boys champion. And the girls should not, now you know that the girls should not be angry that they are not mentioned. They are boys champion. They are also championing the cause of the girls, aren't you? God bless you.
Please put your hands together once again for the Cardinal. Thank you very much, Your Eminence. So one of my friends who is also going to come on board very soon as a director or a board member of Boys Champions has decided to establish an award in his name in Africa. And he's an Australian who is also a British citizen. And after thinking about how to go about this, he decided to do this through our organization. I am talking about no other person but Dr. Helmut Schuster. His video is going to be played shortly before I go on, so you can understand the framework behind his award. But that award, according to him, he wants to be recognizing every year a young person in Nigeria who is making change happen in the community. And Boys Champions will continue to give this award in his name. He was supposed to be here. He has already gotten his visa. He had taken all the necessary vaccinations and all that to be in Nigeria. But a couple of days ago, his organization insisted that he cannot travel because of the security situation. Well, it happened, and that's it. So, and he has decided to commit $10,000 every year to support a big idea, a young person who is making incredible changes in their community. So this is the first time, and it's going to happen again next year and even as time goes on. So let us listen to him, and then after that, we'll announce the winner. After all the processes and the nominees that we had, we decided to select one. So please, the video for Dr. Helmut.
Hello everyone, hello from Liechtenstein. I'm here with my friend Daniel, who helps me recording this video message, which was not planned. It was planned for me to be with you, to be there in person. I'm really disappointed that I can't be in Enugu. I've never been to Nigeria and was so much looking forward to that. It was the trip of the year. I've got all my vaccinations, I got all my documents ready. And unfortunately, sometimes things don't play out the way you wish them to play out. So I do apologize, but I'm certain I will be in Nigeria at one point in time. So brief introduction, my name is Helmut Schuster. I'm an economist. Most of my career was an executive in a big oil company. I'm now I'm an economist. Most of my career was an executive in a big oil company. I'm now privileged enough to work for a health company. But my passion really is about helping young entrepreneurs, founders, to find their way in society and in business. How did I meet Noel? I met Noel this summer in New York at the AFS Youth Assembly. He was one of the 10 finalists for the very prestigious AFS award, and the 4 judges, including myself, anonymously declared him the winner. Boys Champions, his foundation, I think could potentially be something far more significant than he and the team realize. It's about establishing gender equality and stop violence against women. So Noel, well done. And when Noel invited me to this conference, I was really excited about coming because I really believe Nigeria is the future. I think what you guys do is amazing. And so we decided a few things, and I asked him, how can I best help you? And we agreed to establish an award like the FS Award might be a good idea. So what is this award all about? And Noel is going to talk a bit more about that. It really is about a number of things. Firstly, award and reward and recognize great ideas, bold ideas, courage, thinking outside the box. It's about integrity, because integrity is so important for society. It's about contribution to society, but it's also about dreams, big dreams, living bold dreams. And so I wish Noel much luck for that award. I think the team is going to work a bit further to exactly define the criteria. Now, the other thing, and this is very important, this conference, I think it's very, very important to get young people together and give them the ability to share thoughts, dreams. I'm going to leave you with a few advices, tips. I'm a bit or much older than you all are. I think experience is the most over, but also the most underrated thing. So first thing is actually stay connected with the people you meet today. Share your phone numbers. I think it might be a very powerful foundation for the rest of your life. We all need a foundation, we all need a rock, and the members of this conference can be. The second thing is, which I think is very important, is think back on your life, about your education. There are some things you might have learned in the first 20 years which are useful and others are not. And make choices about what you wish to unlearn, because our education and our parents are also sometimes our biggest limitation in fulfilling our dreams and wishes. I think it's very important that you dream big. You live in a country that has a great future, so dream big. And then the last thing I really want to leave you with, and this is from my own experience, you will face setbacks, failures, but never stop. Never stop. Never give up. Never give up is very, very important. Most ideas don't actually live on because people give up far too early. I see that in my startups. Those who are resilient, those who learn from their mistakes and failures are normally much more successful. So let me give you one big mantra for this conference: never give up and succeed. Never give up and succeed. And I wish you all the best, much luck. And Noel, thank you very much for having invited me. Thank you so much.
Series of, we first of all nominated different people for this award, and then these people had to go through certain criteria check, and after doing that with my team, we have decided on one person who is doing an amazing work in her community. My organization has also decided to give that person an opportunity to work with my organization. So that is to begin with, because she is making an incredible change in her community. She's doing so well, and especially around gender-based violence, ending gender-based violence, and that is very important to us. And I would want to call on the general to please come up to the stage to present this award to this incredible young girl who is making great change happen in her community. And I would want to use this opportunity to announce to you the first winner of the Dr. Helmut Schuster's Award for Young Africans here in Enugu, presented by the Boys Champions as Winifred Mbanugo. So please come forward. So she's also volunteering with us on this day, and she's been an incredible person, working as young as she is. She has done so well for herself, and I wish that a lot of other young leaders would actually learn from her and emulate what she does. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Can you come to the middle? Helmut Schuster Leadership Award for Young Africans. Thank you very much for all you do in your community. Thank you for being so supportive. We appreciate you, and we would love to work with you in our organization going forward. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to congratulate you because I've been asked to make the formal presentation. I would request that when we finish, you can say one or two things about actually what she's doing. What you told us is that it's making a lot of impact. So, but if you tell, just like the Cardinal told us, so that if anybody wants to learn more about it, they can have the link. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I think you can talk for yourself. Yeah, okay. Talk for yourself.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really super delighted and speechless at this point. I wasn't really expecting this. And I want to say a very big thank you to Hermes Kushka and the Boys Champions organization. My name is Winifred Chidera Mbanugo. I'm a young aspiring female leader that is committed to make a positive change in the society. Over the years, I've been volunteering with organizations, especially with the area of gender-based violence. Recently, I released a spoken word video on the topic of gender-based violence. And aside that as well, I've been committed to secondary schools, talking to students, because I mean, the students are the future leaders who we need to make this positive impact. So I've been committed to these organizations, volunteering, not even expecting anything out of it. And today, I'm really speechless, and I wasn't really expecting this award. I want to encourage every youth out there, no matter what you are doing, you might not really be encouraged at that point, but this award today has really encouraged me to keep on giving my best at every point of my life, knowing that one day an award for recognition would come. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Winifred. You know, one thing she said that is very important to me is the fact that you should continue doing what you do. For instance, I started my first organization, Hope. I started Hope 12 years ago. Nobody knows about Hope as they know Boys Champions that I just began 4 years ago. That is it, right? And all the works that I had done with Hope, there was no recognition as such. But immediately we started with Boys Champions, different recognitions and all that. So you never can tell. Just keep doing what you do. I have founded different companies and organizations that failed from the beginning. You know, but look at where we are today. So just continue doing what you do. One day, just one day, something might come that would propel you to a higher level. So just as we plan to conclude and as we wait on His Excellency, you saw his tweet online, for those of you who are on Twitter, so that means he's going to be here very shortly. But there is a presentation that I know a lot of people have been expecting, and that presentation is from one young man who is making an incredible impact using the skills that God has given to him. If you notice what we did with this event is that we featured young people. That is exactly the reason we started Shaping the Future Conference. We want to continue to spotlight the gifts that our young people in Nigeria have. If you think that I am smart, you've not met these incredible leaders that are seated right here. So it is on that note that I want to welcome the only best saxophonist that is in town in Nigeria at this moment. If King Sars is here, let him step up on the stage. I know a lot of you know King Sars from social media, but I brought him down to Enugu, just like I brought Hafsa. So King Sars, if you're here, this is your time. Oh, he's at the back and he's coming. So thank you very much for all of you who are working so hard to make this event successful. My staff, they have been so wonderful. We have, right now in Enugu, we just opened a new space in Enugu, and we have about 12 staff members that are working for us in Enugu here. And I cannot but thank them for putting this thing together. They were the ones who made this happen. Our volunteers, you see them wearing the t-shirts and all over the whole place. I am grateful to all of you. Thank you very much for the amazing works and the energy that you put into making this event happen. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have like different openings in the organization for some of you who would want to work with us. In case you're very passionate about the work that we do, I love working with young people who are very passionate and driven. So if you're driven like our organization or you love what we do, this is the time. You can reach out to us, info@boyschampions.org, to ask for the friend, because we don't advertise some of those positions unless we're desperately in need. So we only want to work with young people who are really amazing, who are ready to drive change through Boys Champions. So thank you all very much, and I hope that, So I think I leave the stage for a performance by the Oli King Sass.
About the generations and to say we want to make it a better place for our children and our children's children, so that they know it's a better world for them.
Okay, so while we're waiting for the second track, I just want to say the Nigeria Spirit Talent Hunt has been a blessing to me. I went on a competition as a saxophonist and I came out the best. I did every of my craftsmanship on the stage, and I never believed I was going to scale through on the competition, but God did it. So I'm very happy to be here. I've been a beneficiary on this very great conference. Like, I've learned a lot. I wish I had this opportunity when I was in school, but I'm a graduate. This is what I do for a living, and I'm going places, and I thank God so much. I've been blessed by this great talent of mine. So, are we good? Sound? Can we go? Okay, let's go to the third one. Give me volume. Finally, before leaving the stage, I just want to do something crazy, so I want everyone to do this for me. Just a clap. Let's go. We're good. Come on.
What will I do to grow up to become like you?
Okay, okay. All right, a little about key facts. I wasn't opportune to learn this instrument from anybody. This is a God-given talent. Yeah, I had a dream, and the dream wasn't reality, but I had a dream of playing this instrument with Kenny G. And when I woke up, that was 11 years ago, I couldn't find the instrument around me, so I did one crazy stuff. That time I lied to my parents. I told them I need money for school fees. So when they gave me the money, I bought this instrument. But funny enough, the money I bought the instrument...
My name is Major General Chris Eze, retired, and the immediate past High Commissioner of Nigeria to India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Nepal. I was in the APC, but I came back, and when I came back, I joined Labour Party so that I'll be part of Peter Ob's transformation.
Oh my God, that's really, really lovely. It's lovely to have you here today. So concerning the events, you attended it, right? So how has it been so far? What would you have to say about it?
It's awesome. It is awesome. The content, the packaging, the kind of people that were attracted to this place, the intellectual content, that was displayed here. I mean, to describe it is, I lack words to describe it. And I think, for me, the high point was the poems that the lady from ABU.
Oh, yes, that was really interesting.
So I think we have another Chimamanda Adichie in the making. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. So for the group, the Boys Champion Group, and what they're about, the initiative that seeks to enlighten people. So what do you have to say about it?
Well, what I have to say about it is just like what Cardinal Onaeko said, that when he asked why girls were not included in the title Boys Champion, that the answer he got was that the idea was to change the mindset of boys, because it is boys that will grow up to be men, and they are the people that will reset the relationship between men and women in our society. I want to say that a lot of progress is already being made there, because for instance, that violence against women in households, in families, was accepted sometime in not too long ago.
And I began to doubt. But I now went and verified and saw his text. He says, is it possible to shoot it on here? He says, today, his verified Twitter. Today I will be speaking to young Nigerians who are my partners in the journey to Nigeria's rebirth. And he placed the picture of this event on his Twitter handle. It is ready so that we can know. Just some moments ago. But it only shows that he is coming in shortly. Thank you for your patience. But then as we continue, it's not an endless affair. So when this young lady was giving us $10,000, some people went to their calculators in their phone and began to check. It's not fair now, it's not good. Just leave it at 10,000. It's 10,000 naira, eh? $10,000, and they went to their phones and I saw the calculator. Some people were even pressing contact instead of calculator, and they checked it. How much? I don't want to know. Please a round of applause for Boys Champions. Hey, I am also going to win next year $10,000. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into another event, which is Christian. Just a moment.
Okay, just before the event, let me just remind you guys about the Twitter thing. Can we make it trend? Can we make it trend? We were told that we are change makers and we can influence the future and shape it today, right? So I want to see how powerful you are in making that change happen by making this event trend. Remember, the hashtag is shaping the future. Hashtag shaping the future. Retweet as much as you can, share as much as you can, particularly the live video that is streaming live on the handle Boys Champion on Facebook and Instagram, as well as on Twitter.
Of course, and standing here with me is the famous King Saz, the saxophonist of Fat is a Legend. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you so much.
So how do you feel today?
Yeah, I feel very much excited being part of this Great Boys Champion Conference. It's indeed an amazing day, very beautiful day, yeah, for real.
It definitely is. So we saw your performance in there, and it was breathtaking. So let's just get a little information about you. How exactly did it start for you?
Okay, for even coming to this.
No, not the conference. Now, personally, yes. How did this? Just briefly, how did it start for you?
Okay, everything has been God all the way. Yeah, it's been God all the way. I didn't really put interest in it, but right now I see God moving in me through this instrument, and I'm excelling. I'm doing greatly. Yeah.
God truly is moving in you. Okay, for the Boys Champions Initiative and their desire to curb the violence, the gender-based violence, how exactly do you feel about the initiative?
For the Boys Champion, everything about today was looking actually, to be sincere, strange to me. But I would say to those that are here, to the boys, to the young, and to the adults that are here as well too, because nobody is above learning. Yeah, knowledge is really well.
I'm going to take comment just one person from each line as quickly as possible, so that we can go to the next item. I have you on this line. Is there anybody on that line? Okay, a lady. I don't know why I love to listen to ladies. So please, I'll pass the mic to you, and then very briefly, if possible, in less than 2 minutes, what you are taking away from this conference and what you would love to see in this conference in the future.
Good afternoon, everyone here. I'm so happy to be here because I learned a lot. I came all the way from Obolafo. Meanwhile, I'm teaching in CSS Oboleke. And I'm happy that I'm here. First time that I saw the adverts, they said by school volunteer or personally. I did mine personally. And I'm amazed from what I saw here today. But please, Boys Champion, if you can talk all these things, if it's how possible that you can do, that you can take all these things that was taught to us here today to our rural villages. Like those people who are in the villages, they may not be opportune to be here today. And in the sense that they cannot even have access to it in the online that we are said to be, because to subscribe is a problem. At least an average Nigerian today will be fighting to eat before getting a data to subscribe. And some of them, if they subscribe though, they will be using it for all sorts of manners of things that are not as important as this one. So please, Boys Champion, if you can take this thing to rural communities, it will be very nice. And I will be very glad, because from the things that I see in school, I'm in a rural village teaching. From things that I'm seeing in school, if this kind of program can be organized in a rural community, bring them down to their understanding.
Thank you.
I think it will be very nice.
Thank you. And the lady says, my community is a rural village. It's okay. I come from where she is teaching. So I agree. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samson Osoidage, the Executive Director and Founder of Radiance of Hope Foundation. You will all agree with me that Mr. Noel Alumona and his team has delivered excellence in this conference. And so I will appeal that we all give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for everyone that has found time to be here, I think this is all worth our time. And I will appeal to Mr. Noel and his team that they make this an annual conference. And it shouldn't just be a conference for a day. It should be a conference that will take a day or two. We are hoping and praying that he will have more resources to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It's a great one.
After this, I'm going to come upstairs. Do we have comments from those on the gallery?
Yeah, okay. I see some hands flying up.
All right. My name is Colin Sobona. I'm the creative director on Soka Chronicles. Actually, I happen to be a classmate of Noel Alumana, and this is the first time my classmate is doing this kind of thing. And It's wonderful, and it's the best thing I've ever seen in my life, because I've not been in this kind of gathering before, where I have all the who is who in Africa convened with other persons to talk about Africa and African continent. It's wonderful, and I'm amazed. And I have an observation. There are so many content creators all over the world, in Nigeria, in Igbo land, in Enugu State, Nsukka. So while growing Nsukka Chronicles is also a collective team of content creators from the village. Actually, we are going to the village, just like the other woman has spoken, that we need to go to the village. The city people have benefited a lot, and it's time to take it to the village. Thank you.
I like that. Just before the other person speaks, I must commend this young man. The reason is that your classmates may be your worst enemy sometimes when they are progressing. But here he is, expressing what's in his mind, honestly, diligently, and obediently, you understand. So give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Being in the same arena with, the who, I was almost mentioning your title, who of Ubolola and Daka Izaka.
Allow me to be in peace.
Being with who is who in Africa, being in the same way with Mr. Frank Weke Jr.
It's a good thing.
And watching people just call him Frank is an amazing thing, trust me. And then he sits there just relaxed and he's not angry about it. So Franco, okay, I saw someone raise his hand from here. Who was the first person to raise a hand? Okay, let me take this comment from a secondary school student here.
Thank you very much, though I'm not a secondary school student. Incidentally, I'm on same uniform with my students.
A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. That's directional and purposeful.
Daniel Ngene from the Good Shepherd Anglican Seminary here in Enugu. Indeed, I think this program started yesterday with the teachers, and we are all saying the same thing. In fact, yesterday, if we would have released a communique, we would have asked the Ministry of Education and the PPSMB and what have you to review the curriculum we are using to teach, so that it will all boil down to holistic education that has to do with visible learning, practical education per se. So, but that is by the way. I want to thank the convener of this very program. In fact, what I've been doing here is making sure that none of my students is sleeping from the inception.
They have been awake.
Yes.
All through.
Of course. So that not only me listening, but for them who are yet to finish secondary school, hearing these things themselves will help them to change their perspective about life, just as certain things have made me to change mine. So that is by the way. And I want to encourage we, the young generation, just as the speakers have said that we are in a better position. In fact, I want to borrow from His Eminence Archbishop John Anaikon, who said we have what it takes to go and push them out. Please, I don't want to say get your guns, because it's not all about physical confrontation. It's all about mental strengthening and getting what it takes. So those of us who are on the side of educating the young Nigerians and myself on the pathway to good governance, we must be very, very sure that we are not part of those being used by the geriatrics to cause confusion in the society. So please, we all have to make sure that we are not part of those being used by cause this confusion, and by so doing, we will now think aright to better our own future.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you belong to the geriatrics, Mr.
I don't know what geriatrics means. I have to Google.
Okay, so I thought he was their senior prefect because the others didn't wear a suit on top, so he had a suit, so I thought he was the senior prefect.
But you now know he's a good teacher, exemplary teacher.
Okay, so the video from Onyeka Onwenu is ready now. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to take that video right now. Please, let's look at the screen.
Let's take the video.
My name is Onyeka Onwenu. I am an academic visitor at the African Studies Center, University of Oxford, and also a visiting scholar at the Center for African Studies in the University of Cambridge. 21 books. I'm an author for Sumid, about 6 films. I'm interested in studies about African anthropology, studying the behaviors of people. I have a story to tell. When I was about 7 years old, I was molested by a so-called nanny that had been brought into our family to take care of us. She was more about using us as sex objects. She was an older woman, an older lady. But one day, my father found out and she was sent away. I had encountered this woman again, and one question I asked her, why would you do what you did to me? She had no answer to that. Today she has her own children. What happens to her own children? What if someone else did that to her? In fighting abuse all over the world, we must look inwards. What are the stories of the young men? Some of us find it really interesting. I'm particularly enamored by what had happened to us, and we think we're strong enough because we are men. So we say, oh, didn't you enjoy it? Psychologically, that begins to take over your emotional feelings, day-to-day activities of life, without understanding where your trauma comes from. In studying African anthropology, in reading out in African studies, one must understand that dynamics of living have to be taken into consideration. Young people need to read more. Young people need to experience life. And through experiences, we begin to unravel the mysteries of life. I think it's important to teach young people sex education from a very tender age. And also, I think it's important for history to be taught to young people in illustrations from the age of 4. By then, we'll begin to understand how Africa can be fixed. I mean, I'm delighted to speak to people who are younger than me and also older than me, because nobody knows it all. But it's important that such gathering today has to happen all the time. And this is why I think Nelson has done incredibly well. But one must begin to understand that if you're going to have a child, you must have the time to raise your child and not let any other person raise that child for you. And this is why I think it's important to have plans for your children, for their future, for their life to be in a very shaped way. So I thank you for listening to me.
That's a very impressional story from a man who said he was molested. Some of us may have gone through this, but his story is one that we should all remember, that there could be better days ahead. Thank you very much for listening. Now, the noise you heard when this was being relayed was, as I was told, the noise of the chopper bringing in Mr. Peter Obi. Just hold on. Please, we want to make some arrangement before he comes in. Everybody must promise me you must be on your seats. Hold on. If you want to rise, hold on. If you want to rise to welcome him, you must rise and stay on your seat. We don't want him to be unnecessarily hassled up. So what I want you to do is give him all the noise, all the rousing welcome you can, but please stay where you are. Is it agreed? Somebody, it's not agreed. We have to sign an MOU. Please let it be agreed upon, because we want to make sure we have him, but we are going to give him the rousing reception. The only person who is not a politician here is Professor. I didn't mention anybody's name, but when the is not but I want to also, because I want to align with the APGA candidate for the governorship of Enugu State, Mr. Frank Nweke Jr., that all of us are politicians. And politicians, everybody must be a politician so that we can get to the root of our problems. I was even thinking, maybe I should be talking about it now. I was thinking that maybe because you come from a different background of the United States education sector, you may not understand why we say we should be politicians. Because the major decisions taken in our country today are taken by politicians. How you drive through the town, whatever you do and so on, they are all determined by those we elect. So you are a politician as long as you are here in Nigeria. Kuba Kabani? Tomadala. Now go over. Okay. Thank you very much once again. DJ, please give us a slight number so that I can rest my voice. Thank you. Outside, do us a favor by coming in to assume your seats. Come inside and sit down. The chopper that flew in is at Opera Square. And a moment or two, our expected honored guest will be here. Now, somebody was asking, how would I join Boys Champions to shape the future? I think I should go to Noel Alumana to answer the question. Please come and answer the question to them. Me, I would also like to join Boys because I'm a boys.
Hello. I wish you all know how I feel this evening. I've never felt like this in a while. You know? Thank you. We started planning this event like since last year. Since last year. So you can imagine the efforts that we put into it. You know, inviting all the people that we invited, and, you know, everything that happened towards the end because of security, some people could not come in and all that. So, but the question is, how can you be part of what we do? First and foremost, our organization is volunteer driven. So we work with volunteers. You can see them scattered all over the place wearing our t-shirts. So those are our volunteers. You can go to our website at www.boyschampions.org/volunteer. So you can sign up to volunteer with us. We have different opportunities. In a couple of weeks' time, for instance, we're going to host a boot camp for all our volunteers. Woo! So I think I will reserve this information. Okay. So let us continue with what we were saying. I am so happy because all our effort was never in vain. I am so happy that
ladies and gentlemen, here comes the man we have been waiting for. All right. Every phone is turned toward the southern part of this hall. And I want to announce the arrival of the indefatigable Mr. Peter Obi Ogute Nigeria. He's right here. Please say where you are. Please say where you are.
Music-on-treatybeats.com. Carry me they go, Obi carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry me they go, Obi carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry us to go, Obi carry us to go to you, Naija. Obi carry us to go to you, Naija. For any Nigeria, United Nigeria, a secured Nigeria, standard education. Steady electricity, industry go big, unemployment go go, corruption go go, bandits go go, Boko Haram go go, IPOB go go, UTT go go, carry me they go, Obi carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry me they go to you, Naija. Carry us to go, Obi carry us to go to you.
Time. Please take your seats. Once again,
I want you to rise and welcome Mr. Peter Obi. Then, we you know, the days are difficult for him. And we are to take your seats. Take your seats. The Rock, I welcome you, sir. We are not going to go into frivolities and niceties. But I want to request that the man of the moment, Mr. Peter Obi, will now come up stage to address us now. A round of applause for him. Please take it. I want the cameraman to get me as I'm shaking his hand. It's not easy. You know what I mean? Mr. Peter Obi, welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, there is.
Thank you. Let me very respectfully stand on all due and existing protocol, but I have some brothers here that I must recognize. I don't know. Let me start with the organizer of this event. I thank you most sincerely. And I thank my brother, the former minister, Brother Frank Nweke. I thank Valo Zibo. All the dignitaries that are here in front, if I don't remember, just know that all of you are VIPs and dignitaries. The reason why it looks as if I was hurrying to talk is not because I have somewhere I'm rushing. Yes, I'm going back to Lagos. But what is most important is for me to most sincerely apologize to all of you. I'm very, very sorry to have kept you all this while. No, it's not good to do this type of thing. I can tell you it's been a very difficult day in the sense that I had a few clashes. I had to be in Calabar, I had to be in Bayelsa, and I had to be here. And of course, everywhere you go, you have to attend to everything and all that. And I have to be in Lagos for an event tonight. So I have to run to Lagos. But, you know, let me tell you, like I told the people in Calabar when I said to them, I'm going to leave, they were feeling, I said, well, listen, I'm looking for a job. And I have to see all the owners of the country. You know, when you're looking for a job, you have to go to the people who owns the company or owns the place. You are the owners. So I'm looking for a job. So I have to see you. And you don't apply to job through surrogate. You come personally. Because I want to listen to you personally. So let me thank you. I know that we must have a topic for today. Shaping the future. Okay. I think I don't need to tell you anything about the future. All I can tell you is that if you look at Nigeria today, your country, first is that the people I see here is the future. You are the future. But that future, nobody can build it for you except you. You must take control of it. So what you are about to do now is to hire the CEO for your future. And unless you hire that CEO, you're going to get it wrong. You live in a country today where you don't have faith. I can assure you, if they said to you today, how many of you want to leave this country? Don't be shy. Raise your hand. Let me tell you. Don't be shy of saying that. There's things that I tell people, there's nobody who wants to live where there's war. Nobody lives where. What drives people having faith? Because they don't have faith. What drives people having faith is hope. If we go to church on a Sunday and the priest said there's no heaven, what do you think will happen? Everybody will go home. Nobody stays where there's no hope. There must be what drives the people's future is hope. And the reason why you want to live here is because you don't have hope. Nobody knowingly goes to where there's a problem. Go to your house, you see ants. Ants, this is the animal moving. You put fire here, they'll turn. So even the animal, the ants don't want trouble. If you put sugar, they'll come. But if you put fire, you see them, they turn away. Because they don't want trouble. They want sweet. That sweet is their hope. And once they dictate it, one will come, the rest will follow him. That's how you attract foreign investment. Your country today is going through troubled times. It's qualified for two things that makes the failed state. When you're no longer in control of your territory, everybody is insecure here, including you. Nobody is safe. Nobody knows. The only thing you hear now is bad news. Number two is when you're no longer in control of your economy. Your parents, yourself, you're having problem. You don't have job. It is difficult for you to know where the next meal will come from. Your parents no longer know what they're going to spend for a bag of rice today or a bag of beans. If they send somebody to the market, when it comes back, whatever it comes back, that is the price for it for that day. You can't plan with that. So it must change. Why did we arrive here? This is cumulative effect of bad leadership over the years. It is one person can do good. Frank has been in government when they strive hard to cancel our debts. So we are not owing by the time they left. Today, from a position where our foreign and domestic debts was less than $10 billion when they left, they cleaned out outside ones. Today, our total debt is over $130 billion. And nobody can show anything for it. You know what it means for you that you get up in the morning, you've given him, money has been borrowed, nobody, no new furniture, no new this. Everybody's telling story. That is the state of their country. We're not in a mess. The consequence is that within the time they left office and town, we moved unemployment of about less than 15% to about 35%. So you have doubled your unemployment, and you doubled your poverty, and you have crisis. If you don't know where the next meal is come from, you are dangerous. And it's not because anything. If you lock all of us up here now, for 4 days, everybody is looking for food. Nobody knows who will do anything wrong. I will be looking for food. You will be looking for food. If it gets longer, we might eat each other. It's simple. So you double the poverty. People no longer have job. They don't have anything. You have 35% unemployment. With youth unemployment of almost 60%. Young people in their productive age, with full energy, with talent, no job. It's a crisis for any country of the world, not just Nigeria. And that's what you're facing through. You have 20 million out of school children. You have all sorts of things going on. I don't want to tell you about what is wrong, because you know what is wrong, because it affects you every day. What you want to hear now is, how do we start getting out of here? Because it's no longer what, I had an uncle years back. So that's why you say you know everything. My uncle was arrested in the village, and they put handcuffs in his hand. And they were going away. Everybody who turned in the village and said, okay, what is wrong? He said, there's nothing wrong. Okay, there's nothing wrong? And they called me and said, okay, they've arrested Okoye. We don't know why they came to the village and took him, blah, 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 but it was a handcuff. Okoye is always causing one problem or another. He has insulted the police deputy DPO, blah, blah. So, I called Okoye. I called them and said, you went to his house and this happened, leave Okoye now. You know, he said, but the man is always, I said, leave him. So they left him. So I came to the village and I asked him, this man saw you. You told him there's no problem. This man saw you. He caused all of them. He will call this one and say, you are a very stupid man. God will punish you. This one, he said, they are stupid. They saw trouble in my hand and they asked me about trouble. Because there's trouble in his hand already. So why I asked him whether there's trouble? Trouble is there now because he's the right off. So all of you know the trouble. What are we going to do this? Next year's election, we must elect people who are competent. 18 of us is going to tell you the same problem. 18 of us will tell you the same thing. Nobody's going to tell you, we are going to tell you sweet things. We want to do this, want to do that, want to do that. None of us will promise everything that is good. My dear people, the question is that you must verify the 18 of us. It is now time to listen and say, next year's election, from president to the last person, you must verify it. We have no room for experiment again. It is not going to be based on party, it's going to be based on person. We're not going to talk about structure. The structure you hear people talk about today is structure of criminality. Structure of destruction. Structure that brought us to this junction. That's what we want to remove. We want to remove that structure and put in a structure of development. We will offer what we're going to do. What do you need to do? First is that a government must focus on fighting and dealing with the issue of security of life and property. Nigerians must be secured. If you secure Nigeria today, in Enugu and everything, you get the farmers to go back to the farm. And when they go back to the farm, you bring down food inflation. So we'll start seeing food prices at affordable price. Food inflation will come down, things will start changing. How are you going to do it? You need to scale up the manpower in your police, in your army, your navy. The whole agencies are lowly manned. We have 370,000 police people, but the IG told me it's about 320. If you remove about 70,000 and following people like me around, it is down to 250. For a country of 270 million people, it cannot work. Egypt is 100 million and they have about 1 million police. So you need to upscale that. By that you're creating jobs, you're creating everything, they must secure the place. And the remaining ones are poorly equipped. Only half have guns. We must equip them. We must employ them. We must increase our manpower, security manpower, employ them and equip them. When you do that, simultaneously as you're doing it, you're tackling moving Nigeria from consumption to production. Once the country is productive, it will start pulling people out of poverty. The more you pull people out of poverty, the more people have means of livelihood, the more you reduce criminality. Nobody wants to go and commit problem, be in jail if he finds food to eat. You must invest in the youth. That is the future of Nigeria. We must invest in you. We must put money in your hands. Because you have the energy and the talent to develop new companies. Every country of the world is the base, the engine of growth in any country of the world is what you call micro, small enterprises, which is you. We must invest in you. That is the future. Anything short of that, we are wasting everybody's time. So we must. And how do you start it? We will think about feeding ourselves. Nigeria must feed itself. We can no longer continue to be dependent on this. And feeding ourselves means that people will invest in agriculture and everything. Nigeria today is not feeding itself. A country of 220 million people, if India at 1.4 billion can feed itself, Nigeria for 220 million can feed itself. We have more farmland than India. India is 1.4 billion people living on 3.2 million square kilometers of land. We are 220 living on 923,000 square kilometers, which means we live on a third of Indian land and we are 1/7 of their population. So there's no way we have more land space than India. So if we have more land space than India, we have more to cultivate to feed ourselves. Look, go to Enugu State alone. All those lands in Uzuwan and everything. No. Go, I'm not talking about the Enugu State, Enugu capital. Go to Uzuwan. Go to Nsukka and fly around. We have enough land to cultivate things in Enugu to feed ourselves. Most of the land in Nigeria, over 50% of the arable land in Nigeria is not cultivated, and we can't find food. No country in the world, no country in the world can do that. Because we are a consuming country. All everybody wants is where to share, where to make easy money. Those countries you want to go to, there's no free lunch. You have to work, but you'll be paid. That's what we want to do. So we must feed ourselves. If we feed ourselves today, the story will be different. Frank knows our GDP today is about 180 trillion naira, and agriculture is the highest. Yeah, we're not feeding ourselves. It's about 41 trillion, which is about 20-something%. If we feed ourselves, you double that. You double, it will be about 80. And you're increasing the GDP of the country. That's where we will start. With that, you start processing, you steal everything. Today, when we talk about criminality, people in government, they steal our oil. None of you here can steal oil. Let nobody tell you. Those who are stealing oil are people in government. You don't steal oil. It's not something you put in your pocket. I have this sweet in my pocket. I can go to ShopRite and steal it. This is not oil. Oil, you have to come with a tanker. And the tanker cannot come into Nigeria without Navy. And it won't go out without Navy. So somebody approved for it to be taken. So you must deal with that. We will stop that. People are telling you today there's something they call subsidy. And when they want to remove it, they make you riot. Subsidy is an organized crime. The amount of money we consume, the oil we consume, we cannot consume that quantity of oil for our population. Pakistan is the same population as us. 215, 220. But they consume less than 50% of what we consume. So for me, from day one, I'm going to replace those who are drinking the extra and give them water. Because we need it. We need to deal with every penny. We need to bring back our money. We need to take back our money. I want to invest that money in you. We cannot spend 5-6 trillion annually for subsidy and spend 50% of that. We spend more money in subsidy than we spend in education or health. Do any of you have car? Maybe one or two. So what is subsidy to you? It doesn't bother you. They say, oh, the price of transport will go up. It's not true. We will ensure that we do local refining. Dangote will soon be ready. There's other modular refineries and other people. There are even people, they say they are doing it illegally. I'll call them and say, you don't need to do it illegally. Let's do it legally. It's simple. We will change that. That is what the future we want to bring. The future we want to bring is the future that will give you hope. We will change that by making the country productive, because the time investment, people are saying, how are you talking about being productive? To show you that your country is not productive, I'm going to give you 3 examples, 2 using states and 1 using your nation. Anambra State, Enugu State, everybody is waiting to share from oil. All the states in the north with a vast land. The biggest state in Nigeria, the largest state is Niger State. Niger State have a fertile land that can feed Nigeria. Niger State is 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. Then, Niger State can feed Nigeria. But they are waiting for statutory allocation. Niger State is fertile land. 8 local governments, about 7 to 8 local governments, under the control of bandits. They can't feed themselves. They can't do anything. Netherlands without water is at 30,000 square kilometers of land. So Niger State is 2.5 times Netherlands. Netherlands last year did export of agricultural products $103 billion. 120 billion, 103 billion euros, 103 billion euros, 120 billion dollars. That means Netherlands last year no, don't worry, it's not about you.
Somebody is verifying.
No, it's not about you. The pilots that brought me here, if they wait for an extra 10 minutes, they won't be able to fly out of Enugu. Because I come with a chopper. But I can't leave you. I'd rather go to the airport and take them, let them go. So just wait. So what it is, so Niger State, if Niger State was able to do 1%, why just 1%? I did say 2%. 1%. If they were able to do 1% of what? 1%. I didn't say 2. 1% of what Netherlands did, they will be earn $1.2 billion. Just 1%. They have 2.5 times the land. I'm asking them to just do 1%. 1% would have given them $1.2 billion. At 650 naira per dollar, it's about $750 billion. That is about 4 times, 5 times their budget. But they are waiting to share from oil money, which can give them maximum of 50 billion per annum. The same is other state I'm going to use. In the Niger state in North Central. Going to use another state North East. A medium state. Taraba. Taraba state is bigger than Belgium and Israel combined. Taraba state is 54.4 thousand square kilometers of land. Belgium is 30.9. Israel is 22.1. Both of them are 53. Taraba state is 54.4. But Taraba state cannot feed itself. He's waiting to share money from this. Taraba state is on plains of Mambila. So he can grow flour, coffee, and tea. I went to India. Sorry, let me leave India. I went to Kenya. If you go to Kenya, I went to the fields. Kenya did export of over $500 million of flour last year. Flour. What is sophisticated in flour? If you go there when they are doing Valentine, the amount of flies that are coming to carry flour away, you said, what are we doing here? I saw young girls and young boys who are not graduates plucking and packing flour. They were being paid $100. And we're in this country, we're not doing anything. They are waiting for the reallocation. Ethiopia, an African country, did export of about $1.1 billion in coffee. We are waiting for statutory allocation. Sierra Leone, with all their trouble, exported 1.4 billion worth of tea. If you combine, all this can grow in Taraba. But they are waiting for statutory allocation. It cannot continue. Your entire country is about 220 million people, like I said earlier, living on 923,000 square kilometers of land. The total export of Nigeria last year is 18.9 trillion naira. If you divide it by 650, it's under 30 billion. Government has divided it by 410, so it's $47 billion. I divide it by 650, it's under 30. Compare that with a country, another developing country, Vietnam. They live on 331,000 square kilometers of land. So they live on 1/3 of our land, and they are about 100 million, half of our population. Their export last year is over $350 billion. So we couldn't do 10% of what they did. That is why you have a problem with your dollar exchange. Because how do you stabilize your currency? By your reserve. What drives your reserve? Your export. If you have nothing to sell, you have nothing now. You're just there. We have nothing to sell. The oil that used to give us the dollar, they are stealing it. We are the only. So, what are you doing? You need to make the country productive. It is what we are begging you. Next year's election is an existential election. It's an election that will say the country will exist or it will not exist because it will collapse. Give all these things people are telling you. And that's why I'm begging people, that is your future. Your future is tied to next year's election. Your future is electing people who have what it takes to. This vehicle needs a competent driver. Because those who drove it have knocked the engine. So we need people who fix it. We need to hire mechanics that will fix it and drive it. Otherwise, you have a problem. If you allow it the way it is today, it will consume everybody. And we're begging you, you can't shape the future. What will shape the future of Nigeria is competent leadership, who understands what development is all about, who knows that development is measured on HDI and can start investing in that, in health, in education, and per capita, pulling people out of poverty. And it must be clear. I was in a meeting the other day, and it's in Guild of Editors the other day, some of you will see it. And somebody said, Peter, with all these things that you have, these ideas you have, supposing if you don't win, and somebody else wins, and wants to work with you, what will you do? I said, that is the problem of Nigeria. You want to hire a conductor, and then driver sits at the back, and be working with the driver. Then the motor will have an accident, and keep both driver and conductor. The driver must be competent. He must be a qualified driver. We can no longer sit where we manage. We're not going to manage. Because we will not sit. Countries have overtaken us. I was with the Canadian ambassador 2 days ago. And I said to him, you don't know how I feel that in Nigeria applies for visa for Canada, he has to go to Kenya. We are giant of Africa. I went to see another ambassador. He told me he will invite me for G20 as observer. I said, I won't come. I won't be a member. I'll drive the country to be a member. There's nothing that makes, if you hear, any day you hear G7, G20, G anything, it's economy. If your economy and is up and running, they put you in 1G. Or you become G-less. That is the future I want to drive the country to. And that's what we are talking. So next year's election, please, do not vote for anybody based on tribe. Listen to all of us. Don't vote for anybody based on tribe. I'm from the Southeast. I'm an Igbo man. I'm not running this election based on tribe. I don't want anybody to vote for me. No sentiment. I'm a Nigerian. And I'm running as a Nigerian. I'm on. So, no tribe buys bread cheaper. Not in the north, not in the east. There's no road they turned here and said it's for Igbo people. Enugu Onitsha road is the bad. Enugu Port Harcourt is the bad. Kaduna Abuja is the bad. Everywhere in north is bad. Southwest road is southeast, east-west road is the bad. Calabar to Uyo is the bad. Everywhere is bad. So Lagos Ibadan, no pass. So there's no place they built road that it was so good, and they say it's for this tribe. Show me which tribe have uninterrupted electricity. So it's not a tribal thing. This is ethnic manipulation to keep our country down. No tribe. It will not be about religion. Let nobody tell you it's about Christian or Muslim. No. Forget about what they're doing. Nobody should tell you that. I'm a Christian. Christians don't buy bread cheaper. They cannot go to the market and say, I'm a Christian, you buy rice cheaper. The bag is the same thing for Muslims, for Christians, for everybody. It's only in this country that they tell you that story. I've lived everywhere in the world where Muslims are. The Central Mosque in London is built on the best piece of land in central London. The Queen donated the land free. He's not a Muslim. And it's cost millions of pounds. The Kali Church in Dubai, both the land and the church is built by Emir of Dubai. He's a Muslim. I go there. If you go there, this church was built by Emir of Dubai. So let nobody tell you it is not a religious issue. The North is poorer. They have been in power. They are more insecure. They've been in power. So let nobody tell you whether it's in Enugu, whether it's in Aba, whether it's everywhere, Nigeria is collapsing. Nobody should tell you we're in power, we're in charge. So please, do not listen to any of us who behave as if we are God. You see somebody today say, I'm the one who is going to determine who is going to be local government chairman, governor, or president. You're not God. God created all of us. There's nothing that made me any better or any different than any of you here. Whatever I've achieved, whatever I have, is by His grace. There's nothing different. And you cannot abuse grace. So anybody who comes out and say, I will determine who will come here, is not God. Tell him that he's not God. That is why I'm running. I want to be president. I'm applying for the job. That's why I'm here. I'm here. Let everybody who wants to do the same thing come here and explain to you. Not via somebody. No representative. I told them in Kalamana, no representative. It's only in Nigeria you're running for election, you're looking for a job. They say, why can't his spokesman speak for him? When Obama was on, did you see spokesman? It's only in Nigeria. You are taking what I'm saying now. Why? Tomorrow, you saw Oga, you're not doing what you said. Not tomorrow when you say, hey, it wasn't me. It was Mr. Ozibo who told you. No. I'm the one applying for the job. You are the owner of the company. So the applicant must appear before the owners. Not via anybody. If I have my time, I'll visit every university. I want to go and tell them what I'm going to do. I want to tell them that university will not be closed under me. Because that is what is going to happen. So you have to go to them. You cannot go and stay there on my stay where I say, it's my turn. No way. It is turn of Nigerians youth to take back their country. And you must take it back. That's what we want to do. Whoever you give it now will know it was elected by the people. That is why I'm running. That's why I don't care about what anybody says. Oh, these people are too big. We're all applying for a job. Big man, small man. The owners of the company will say who they will employ. So don't stay in your house and say, I am qualified, I'm this, I'm that. We put you there before. You stole our money and you want to use it to intimidate us. No way. Next year's election will be based on character we can trust. So if Peter Obi says, I will fight corruption, and I'll fight it. Because corruption kills three things that makes a society. It kills entrepreneurship, it kills professionalism, and it kills hard work. So you must stop it. If I say I'm going to do it, I say, go to Anambra State. I was governor there. If you go there and their money is missing, hold me responsible. And when you talk about corruption, corruption is abuse of, we measure corruption index, perception index is measured on management of public assets. So if you were a governor, local government chairman, or president, how did you manage the assets of the country? That includes nepotism. How many of your nations did you give job? How many of them had job? So you can go to Anambra State and ask them whether Peter Obi's chief of staff, any commissioner, was from his village. Not one. You can ask them, includes how you manage land and the resources of the state. You can go to Anambra State. If you see any piece of land allocated to P2B, directly or indirectly, come and stop running. I have a case of war where my housing person in charge of our housing authority gave me land, and I told him no. So I can tell you that the day I left office, I was not owing, people can doubt anything, I was not owing one, any pension to any civil, listen to me, to any civil servant. I was not owing salary to any civil servant. I was not owing gratuity to any civil servant. No contractor. I didn't say no contractor who gave job was not being owed. No contractor who has executed his job, certificate issued as being owed. And no, I repeat, no supplier who has supplied goods was not paid. And as at that day I left, Nigeria was being measured based on HDI and NDG. I was number one. And you can go and check. We moved our education from number 26 to number 1. Our health was working and everything. I didn't feel doing anything. No. There are things to remain because government is a continuum. But the that day I left, if you go to, as at that day, if you walk until date, the banks are still in Nigeria, your relations are working here, they know if you go to Access Bank, managed by then by Ike Mokwede from Edo State as managing director, I had $50 million, 10 billion naira for Anambra State. If you go to Diamond Bank, managed by Alex Oti, then I have $50 million, 10 billion naira for Anambra State. If you go to Fidelity Bank, managed by Nnamdi Okonkwo, I have $50 million, 10 billion naira for Anambra State. My speaker then brought a law for me, which he wants me to sign, that I should be paid allowance, severance. They have to build a house for me in Oka, build a house for me in Abuja, and pay me certain amount. And I say, Mr. Speaker, I'm done. I'm going home to my children. Anambra State have never bought me pure water. Not go to Anambra State. They've never bought me a bottle of water since I left 9 years ago. I've never gone there. I don't own any land in Oka. I don't have a house in Oka. Where I was coming now, I told them that the present governor of Bauchi State saw me about a month ago. He said, you're the only governor I gave land in Abuja that haven't developed his own. And I said, I don't need a land house in Abuja. I manage my headache and my problems peacefully. The more of these things you owe, the more headache and more problem you put in your head. So I want to, it's all health problem issue. People think that owning a lot is also a health challenge. Because people will be selling you no generator, no this, that. So for me, I left them and go home. What am I saying? Character you can trust. So go and verify. The person who wants to be your president must be competent. He must understand the issues and be able to explain to you. Don't listen to these people who tell you, hey, they have a fantastic written manifesto. No. Anybody can go and package it and write and circulate to you. And when 90% of your leaders don't know what is written in documents they are moving around, you must have the capacity. You must have the capacity. You must must have the commitment. You must have the commitment to be able to drive the proper. That's how societies are moved. This job requires physical and mental energy. It is not something waste time. It's something you have to know. I was in Oka yesterday. I spoke in Oka. I spoke in Enugu yesterday. As some of you know, where they have Christian council in Transekulu. I spoke in Owerri, and I spoke at Benin. Today I've been to Calabar, and I'm here, and I'm going to Lagos. It requires physical and mental energy. Don't go and, it is not something you manage. We need to do it. Because where Nigeria is now, you need to work 30 hours or 24 hours a day to pull it out of the brains. My dear people, you have no other country. Your future is next year's election. So then let nobody tell you shaping your future. I'm only wanting to shape those who drive this vehicle. Hire the proper drivers first, so you can sit down. Don't hire these people who don't know where they're going. If you don't know where you're going, every road will lead you there. That's how Nigeria is now. Turn left is good, turn right is good. You even worse that you have people who could not even tell you when things are bad or good. So they are dumb, they are deaf. So it is important. The future is in your hands. The people you hire is your future. And it's critical. If you do the wrong thing, the future will take revenge on you. God bless you.
We invite Noel Alomona to present the award to him before he leaves the stage. Please. Okay, he wants to take a question or two from people. Who can ask the question? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me ask this lady. The same ladies first.
My president. I'm sorry. My name is Chibwa Basitonia. I have a worry. We've been here for a long time. Actually, we started yesterday. We've been bombarded, the energy, why we should vote. I mean, it's awesome. I don't know what to tell you, Noah. God bless you. My worry now is, why is it difficult? We are the ones bringing you in. The power lies with us. We elect you to work for us, and you are there. Why is it difficult in Nigeria to now say, you are not doing the right thing, please leave? Why is it difficult?
We take another question from the back. Let me. Sorry.
I can 5. Okay. My name is Ike Chukwu. My question, sir, Mr. President, the incoming president, is please, we want to see, actually like an input, can we see more of this in the northern part of Nigeria? More of your engagement with the northern youths.
The final one from this side. Okay. I think you want to ask Kokun?
Mr. President, I greet you, sir. Please, my question goes like this. Why is it, I was wondering, I was coming back on Thursday from Lagos, Ojota, where I entered vehicle to Delta State was double lane highway. But I entered from Ayambra to Enugu was single lane. And I was asking this question, why is it different that in Igbo, the Igbo leaders are not functional like what I see in other places? Why is the highway all the way from Health Bridge was single lane highway
to Ebonyi State, and there was a fatal accident that happened that last month that consumed the whole passengers. Nobody survived. A shipping trailer crushed a bus because of one lane until Dave Umaye was doing a double lane. Another lane from Lagos to Delta State was double lane, high lane. As I'm still speaking now, my mom called me that I should not come back to Ehamu that Fulani is slaughtering people now. I should not enter vehicle today and tomorrow. And we have leaders and are not doing anything. Thank you, sir.
I think you can take the question, sir.
Let me answer this three. Well, let me be honest with you. The last speaker, it will be difficult for me to answer that question. What I told you is the people you hire is a problem. These are things that will inform you to hire well. Because if your governor is sure that he was elected, you elected them, they will be able to push. When I was governor, Head Bridge Onitsha, when I was governor, you can't pass the Onitsha Head Bridge. If you pass Onitsha Head Bridge, you can't go anywhere. It was a mess. And I recall going to President Obasanjo and saying, sir, I want to do 10 lane from Head Bridge to Upper Iweka. He asked me, what are you doing? What are you talking? I said, yes. I want to do 2 lane on the outskirts, 2 lane here, and do 3 in between. What I want federal government to do for me, so award the contract, allow me to pay, and they refund me. And my brother, I was in that road for Head Bridge. I was in that road for Head Bridge to Monya when I left government. And they were refunding Anambra State. The rest is, I can't say for other people. The people you elect is important. The person who told me about engaging more in the North, I thank you. You know, I didn't just come here. That's why I said, let me hear a question. I didn't come here just to talk to you. I also came to learn. Leadership, learning, and listening are inseparable. If you can't learn, and you can't listen, and you can't learn, you shouldn't lead. Anybody who cannot do these 2 things should not lead. It's like a man who knows everything. If anybody knows everything, don't ever allow him to lead. He's an idiot. So, I've listened to you, and I assure you, I will make it happen. Madam, we can make people go. What we do here is that we celebrate criminality. Everybody here is worried now about who will be governor, who will be this. Peter Obi becomes governor. In my village, when I became governor, everybody knew I did not have a house. My village. Thank you. It will shock you that when I wanted to contest the election, the first thing they told me is that I must come and build a house. In my village. They said, you don't have a house. How can we vote for you to be a governor when you don't have a house in the village? I didn't say I want to build a house. I said I want to be governor. It has nothing to do with the building. And I'm happy that it's governor. When I was governor, everybody comes to me in Oka. Hey, this man, look at the house in his village. Look at the house in Ka. How can you be governor? You don't have a house in your village. You don't, hey, this thing is not this thing. People are laughing at you. Hey, who told those people to laugh? Am I a comedian? No. I was elected to do a job, not to build a house. I'm sure my sister, till today, you know I don't have a house in my village. My mother built 1 2-bedroom flat. I stayed there. December, I'm there. And it suits me. The people who want to live in mansion, it suits them. It doesn't conflict my interests. I'm not a poor man. No. I'm a very comfortable man. I've made money. I'm rich, but I don't want, there's nothing there. The 2-bedroom is okay. I can sleep in it and wake up in the morning. The people that are living around me don't even have mansion. I have friends who build lawn tennis swimming pool in the village. How? People have not eaten. Why are you building this in the village? Is it when your relations come, you're swimming? When they have all the problem in the world? I have friends who build very lovely house, furnish it with white seats. When the villagers come, they are saying, you can't sit here, you can't sit. Why are you telling them? Why don't you buy the type that is there and put it in the seat you sit? That's why I'm living with them. No quarrel. I'm not happy with them. They want to see me always. So, you can't. It is us that will ask them. What am I saying? If they vote me in, I steal their money, do the house, call bishop, call everybody, and doing housewarming, house opening, they will come. Bishop will be preaching. Whoever I got the money, let God double it. The people are singing, everybody say, in other countries they call police because they know where it came from. You've stolen their money. Here they celebrate you. I don't want that type of life. My dear people, I have a flight to catch by 6. That's what they're warning me. But let me assure you that I remain in this race. I am committed to Nigeria. And I've said to the Nigerian youth, hold me responsible. I'll change this country. I assure you of my commitment. I'm not joking about it. We will make it work. You'll be proud. We have Nigerians. We have a Nigeria, but we don't have Nigerians. I want to build Nigerians who will be happy. I was telling somebody yesterday, we are watching World Cup from our home. 220 million people. The entire African country that qualified for World Cup, all of them put together, is about 130 million. And we only is 220. And we cannot make it. Never. If I'm voted in, from 2023, we'll start planning the next World Cup. We cannot miss anything. We are giants, and we'll be giants. If you want to give us visa, you come here. We'll make our schools work. We're not going to go to school in Ghana or Kenya. They will come here, because we are giants. Giants must behave as giants, or you resign and call yourself something else. That's what I want to do. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. There will be, hold on please, hold on. We want to do 2 things before he leaves, and it will be sharp. So, what we are going to do, so the Future Shapers Award.
We are going to reject this one. I said it before. Every award will come after office. Not when you are starting. So we'll know whether you perform and you merited it.
We're awarding you for the past.
No. Don't worry. I'm looking for a job now. What you do for me now? Pray for me, campaign for me. When I finish, I'll come back. You see this thing? Don't think if I become president, I won't come here again. No. That's when I'll come to answer my sister who said they'll put me out of job. When I become president, go and write it. We'll say come back, because it's you that made it possible. I have to come back and answer you. When I'm not finished, I take an award. But I'm very, very happy with this young man, with what he's doing, and I assure you, you have my number. I'm going to give you everything. I'm going to work with you. I'm not going away. Thank you, and God bless you.
Pictures with the organizers. Bring pictures with the organizers. The organizers, please come. The organizers, please go to the pictures with the organizers, quickly. Change the background picture. The organizers, please. Pictures, not everybody. And panelists. Maybe I should also take this opportunity to stand with a picture. You understand what I mean? The panelists only. Nanga wa my wife na mana pito be sell photo that. Up all the panelists please. Von the panelists. The moderator. I would like to announce that the governor of Enugu State sent the SPA on diaspora, Mrs. Olangwa Ezepo, here And we thank you for coming. Thank you very much, man, for coming. God bless you. Thank you. The organizers. Na I'm going Thank you very much. One happy Akonaba. Go and verify. Whether you like it or not, go and whether you like it or not, go and
Okay. Are you happy you came here? Are you leaving? We have not closed though. Have you seen me? You have seen Peter? Have you seen me? Because I'm not running for president. Okay, so what do you want next? Have you forgotten we know they give? Okay. So please, before you leave, if you are making your way out, that's when you are leaving, you take a look at the left side of that exit point. There's a 360 photo booth there. On top of it, you stand and then it spins you 360. It's a beautiful thing you might want to just experience. So please ensure as many of you as possible that want to do it.
Thank you.
And then all the volunteers, we need you back on stage. All the volunteers, we need you on stage for a general photograph. And after the volunteers, all of you who came here today would like to also have you on stage for group photograph. Don't forget to tweet these things, make it go viral, because today we have finally shaped the future. So volunteers, please come on stage. I think, before you think, sir, did he do an amazing job today? Yeah. If you love the job he did, give him a rousing applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Okay, just before the photos, well, there are people who have some gifts for you. I hope you won't reject it like Peter Obi. So please, we have some things to give you. Just before they join you. Portraits, and I hope you are not going to reject it, yes. Portrait. Put your hands together. Come and take a photo with him. Come.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Where's the official photographers? They have followed Peter Obi to Abuja. Where are they? The official photographers, we need you now, please.
Picture where I'm
There's another one. Okay, so these guys love what you're doing and they just want to do the portraits with you. The photographers, where are you? We need you.
Photo.
The official photographers, we need you. Okay, she's coming.
I want to join all members of Boys Champions to wish Noel Alumona and Dr. Chinenye Uzochukwu the best of days in the next few days as they celebrate their traditional wedding somewhere in Nigeria. Please give them a round of applause and prayers later for their success of their marriage. God bless you.
Okay, so just in case you didn't notice the beautiful wife, she's the one sitting in front, right? So please stand and see you.
She's tall, just like Michelle Obama.
Please put your hands together for her. So someday, if Ifeanyi decides to run for president, you'll be a future first lady. We would like to have a fine first lady like you in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, so beautiful people, we want to say thank you for being here today. It's been an amazing time out for coming here. Thank you very much. To all the panelists, you did fantastically well. Thank you, everyone, for all that you put into this to make it work. We love you. Together we will keep shaping the future and make life in our country better than it is presently. Many thanks to all the organizers. Oyembo, you put in a lot of work for this, so let me recognize you. My friend Henry, I see you. Tracy Dominic, I see you. And the rest of the queue, thank you. God bless you. God bless all of you.